24 hours, it will not save more than that generally. It depends on what device you're using. iOS, it's 24 hours and below, it will save. Some Android devices can save longer than that. But welcome. How you doing, David? Very well. Glad to hear it. What's good in your neck of the woods? Okay. Good to see you. Take care, David. Peace, buddy. Oh fuck. Let me in on this bitch. Let me up. Thank you for the opportunity. My other account got banned. It had over 10,000 followers. I saw that you allow people to shill projects. When you have time, I'd love to tell you about mine. Thank you so much. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so going back to the pandemic more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived online than any person ever. Essentially, this is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. Uh, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's top resource, more influential than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data archived than any person. And that may make me an influential person someday. And if it does, I'm going to help everybody in here. I'm going to help hashtag Apu and other things that I talk about that are important to the world are things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, things like hydroponics and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst through the mass utilization of desalination plants, particularly in the developing world where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to help people. Additionally, things that we talk about are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, things like cryptocurrencies, Web3, certainly. I talk about things like de-extinction. A lot of people don't know what de-extinction is. Essentially, it is bringing back to life once extinct species. The first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, was founded known as Colossal. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, we reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surrogates, which I just think is a really amazing project that really isn't being discussed in the mainstream. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So within the next decade or so, you might be able to actually see some once extinct species in the wild, which I think is just phenomenal. Other things that I talk about that are important to the people in here. When you all were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of types of technology like oxygen therapy, stem cells, things like human growth hormone, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy, nootropics, things like cold shock therapies. But eventually you may get to 120 years old and you're going to say, Rabbi, okay, what's next? Next thing is really exciting, and this is all with your consent. I'm a libertarian at heart. I'm about individual rights. But if you're interested, there's an opportunity perhaps in the future utilize a technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system into a computer and download it as perhaps an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being. But what I want everybody in here to know is there perhaps, if you want, may be an opportunity at digital immortality. And with that, thank you so much for allowing me to share my project. Definitely. Your guess is as good as mine. I think it probably had to do with perhaps what might be considered spam, but I don't know. I mean, it's not like I spammed a whole lot. I was in a lot of Twitter spaces, but yeah, I just am not going to let that stop me. So if I ever get banned, I just create another account, and it allows me to go into Twitter spaces and tell people about my project, and that's all that really matters to me. Most certainly. Well, I don't think anybody necessarily knows for a fact, or at least no one in public is actively saying what they think it is. I think it's probably a deep state program, probably something used to discredit individuals on the internet who want to talk about perhaps controversial subjects. What do I think about Putin? I mean, generally, I'm not an expert on the subject, so as I understand, they were just somewhat similar. But please enlighten me on the difference between Q and QAnon. No, I mean, I do my best to just keep things from a scientific discovery perspective. When it gets into some of that deep state clandestine information, just because I can't necessarily verify the information, I generally steer clear of it. It's the future. Well, so certainly I have some positive thoughts on AI, specifically AGI, artificial general intelligence, which perhaps we've already achieved. I know that um, essentially OpenAI has stated that once they have a market cap of $100 million or $100 billion, they'll consider AGI as having been achieved. I personally don't think that that's a great way to necessarily measure AGI. Essentially, AGI is artificial general intelligence having the same type of intelligence level as an average human, essentially able to pass a Turing test. And then from there, I really think that we have an amazing opportunity with artificial superintelligence, ASI, where the sky's the limit, essentially. That's where you can get into things like neural networks, you can get into things like perhaps Web 4, you can get into things like perhaps even Skynet. And in terms of decentralized AI, it's very difficult, I think, for just an individual to start their own, perhaps, AI project to make it decentralized. But I think, given enough time, someone may be able to potentially have that opportunity. And if that happens, I think it'll be an interesting dialogue between essentially comparing what would be considered the technocracy, the corporate owned central artificial intelligence complex versus an open decentralized artificial intelligence project. That's phenomenal. Where would I find this information? Is it a website or is it a different platform? Excellent. I appreciate it. Thank you for the enlightenment. Well, I see that you have hashtag Apu as I'm live streaming currently on more than 10 different YouTube streams, more than 10 different Twitch streams, more than 10 different Rumble streams. If you would tell me about it and why it should be purchased by the people watching me now or perhaps people in the future. You're absolutely right. I now that you say that, I do remember that FIFA sponsorship. This is a huge, huge project. That's amazing. I see. It's a really great project. I know that this was probably like 2 or 3 years ago when I saw it in FIFA, and I thought you guys were. I mean, I still do. You're trailblazers, having done that. I remember seeing it on the like side of a soccer stadium, and just like it was a shock to me that it was being taken seriously. At the time, Web3 wasn't nearly as large as it is now, and glad to see that the project's still going. That's great. Absolutely. I personally have been sponsored by a different um, cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, if anybody's familiar with that. I've been live in their Telegram for more than 2 years approximately, and just am a huge advocate for Web3 cryptocurrency and love building with other people. So I'm glad that I had the opportunity to um, feature your project on my stream. And I mean, really, you guys are trailblazers in cryptocurrency. I mean, in the future, when the history of Web3 is written, in my opinion, that partnership that you had with FIFA will be a really a major event, because that essentially took this entire digital world into the real world and gave it a lot of new eyes. And I just think that that was an incredible event for really not just your project, but cryptocurrency and Web3 as a whole. They're a wonderful community. I wear their merchandise 24 hours a day. I've got their bedding, I've got their pajamas on. I'm wearing a sleep mask of theirs. They're just wonderful, a wonderful community. If I may ask, the Apu is so similar to Pepe. How are you able to differentiate for a new viewer? Absolutely. Okay. And I think that the way that the other influencers stated, Jim Jonestown, just putting them side by side so that a user can see the difference, I think is a major advantage. So that's very smart. Well, you all should know that I am a very dedicated individual. I've made it my mission, obviously, to stream my life, but also to help do my best to take on some of the major projects of the world: world peace, ending world hunger, ending world thirst, and the other scientific projects that I mentioned. If my account gets banned, I don't let it get to me. I just create an absolutely no, new one, and then just start chilling again on cryptos or on Twitter Spaces. So just know that you're going to see me around, and if you hear me, I wish I could interact with your guys's accounts, but I can't. Anytime I do any kind of following, upvoting, anything like that, my account automatically gets banned. They must have my MAC addresses and my IPs targeted and such, but I don't let it get to me. I've had the opportunity to be able to share with you my project, learn about your project. So just know that I may be a familiar face, so to speak, or at least a familiar voice to all of you. If anybody ever needs anything from me, literally, I'm live 24/7. You can always get a hold of me in my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. If you ever want to talk about anything, you're not having a good day, you are having a good day, you want to just communicate with someone who does their best to be a positive force in the world, an optimistic individual, and to give people hope, I'm always here for you. And just know I really appreciate the education that you've been able to provide to me uh, regarding the Apu coin, Apu meme. And when I see your NFTs in different spaces, I can now have the association of this wonderful community. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to tell you about my project and just wish many blessings upon all of you. And thank you again. Excellent. Take care, everyone. Shout out to Apu coin or Apu or whatever. I got to see the difference between Apu and Pepe because they look exactly Apu versus Pepe. People. All right. Apu. Okay, so that's Pepe, and that's huh? Dog. They are so similar. They're very similar. But would I be able to tell the difference between them? They are. They're so similar. What is different? Okay, Pepe has that smile. Apu, now that if anybody's watching this in the future, I've seen this Apu a lot. I just didn't know it was different than Pepe. So that's tight. That they're really nice. Shout out to those guys. They're really sweet. Welcome. Yeah, I didn't want to talk with you. I really didn't. I was like, yeah. Welcome. How are you? Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday. Every meal's a feast. Have we met before? Oh, excellent. Excellent. Absolutely. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? That's correct. That's my last name. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. My stream essentially goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I am essentially a real life Truman Show, real life Big Brother. I talk about some things on my stream that aren't normally discussed in society. I want to end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. Excellent. I want to help end world thirst. Uh, I'm part of a cryptocurrency. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Penny New. It has a long name, but it's worth over $100 million. It's a very serious coin. I've been live in their Telegram for about 2 years. I've been live in Aiden Ross's for 1 year. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord, number one streamer all time with Kai Sinat. Discord. Absolutely. Excellent. No, not at all. I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's stream, number one streamer in Kai Sanat's stream, number one streamer all time in ISO Speed stream, number one streamer in quite a few different influencers. I talk about some things that aren't normally. Yeah, no, I am. No one else has as much data archived on the internet than I do, and it's just a matter of time. Exactly. It's just a matter of time until I go viral, and when I do, I'm gonna help everybody help me along the way. You should know that I talked about some things that aren't normally discussed in society. Additionally, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, cryptocurrency, quantum computing, artificial superintelligence, artificial general intelligence. I talk about de-extinction. If you don't know what de-extinction is, it's essentially the reversal of extinct species. So the first successful de-extinction. Yeah, I heard that. They're called. What are they called again? What? The woolly mammoth. Oh no no no! I thought because there was this thing, girl, right? I got that thing in my bag. You're so good. You're saying that there's something about wiping out. No, 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 nothing like that. I want to preserve humanity. The first. Not you. Go on. The first successful de extinction was the Pyrenean ibex. It was a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France, that went extinct. Scientists were able to de-extinct it in the year 2003, essentially using its DNA and implanting it into other types of goats and making those goats be a surrogate to bring it to term. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Scientific, is founded. They've made it their goal that within the next few years, or by the year 2028, to de-extinct or reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant surrogates. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird, which I just think is a really fascinating project. I didn't heard about the. There's still like probably breed essentially using a in vitro fertilization. So a within a laboratory, you create the cells that are necessary. You put those, in vitro fertilize the um, African elephant, and then the African elephant gives birth to a woman. It's really fascinating. Absolutely. Excellent. Sure. So, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource. In 2018, it overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube channels, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 TikTok accounts. I have more data than any other creator ever. And really, it's about helping people like you, like regular people who aren't all that educated, perhaps, on some of this technology. I'm not saying you're not educated, but but a lot of people don't know. They haven't had the opportunity to hear this. When you were born, Drewski, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. Andrew, excellent. Excellent, Andrew. So when you were born, Andrew, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80, around there. Perhaps for males, around age 76, wherever you are, if you're in the Western world. And I want to increase that. I want to get that to age 100, 120, with the use of other technology like oxygen therapy, stem cells. I want to help you with human growth hormone, things like nootropics, neurogenics, things like perhaps cryogenics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy, where the platelets in younger people are used for the benefit of older people, things like cold shock therapies. But then eventually you're going to get to be 120 years old and you say to me, Rabbi, it's been a good run, but my body's starting to break down and I want to keep the good times rolling. Well, if that's something that's of interest to you, and only with your consent, you may be able to take advantage of the next type of technology, which is known as mind uploading technology. That's where, again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, a robot, whatever you want to be. So basically, what I'm saying to you, Andrew, is that there's the opportunity to perhaps at a digital immortality that was not available to previous generations. And I think these are really fascinating topics. And I want to do my best to interject these discussions into the collective consciousness of the world. Well, you're young enough that that type of technology probably has the opportunity to be perfected before you'll use it. So that's definitely a benefit. Andrew, I'm going to send you my live streams. If you ever want to view me, I'm live 24/7 on 10 different YouTube streams. Essentially, created the world's largest database of human data in global history. But if you ever want to get a hold of me, you do exactly what you did. You come in here, tell me what's going on with your day. I'll tell you what's going on with mine. We'll be able to update each other and just know that I'm do my best to be a positive force for good in the world. I do my best to be a very optimistic individual and just to give people hope. And I'd really appreciate you using your curiosity to check me out, find out more about my project. Oh, absolutely. It's do you know what Kill Tony is? It's it's excellent. I watch Kill Tony like 24/7, basically. Um, Not just kill Tony, because I I have I have. You want to hear my 1 minute, my tight 1 minute? Excellent. No, no, no. You're absolutely fine. Uh, Shalom, y'all. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to be super popular with the ladies on social media like I am, here are some surefire pickup lines for sliding into a shorty's DM. For that hottie in your feed, you might message, "Are you my pinky toe? Because I'm going to bang you on every piece of furniture I own." Are you a rear end collision? Because I'm going to hit it from behind. You could always use the tried and true, "Is there a mirror in your pocket? Because I can see myself in those pants." For an international flair, you might send something like, "You remind me of the Bank of England since you've got me interested in a pound." What about, "I lost my number. Can I have yours?" If you admire an animal lover, you might say that you hope they have pet insurance. That pussy's getting beaten. For the thick girl in your life, you might say, "Do you keep a phone in your back pocket? Because that ass be calling me." You might message, "Are you sure you aren't a parking ticket? Because baby, I want to tear you up." For that future boo, you may send, "Damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm going to scream when I come inside." And finally, for that person you never want to message you again, all you need to do is ask, "Are you a pinata? Because I'm going to need a blindfold to hit that." My name is Rabbi Rothschild. Thank you. Absolutely not. No, 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 no. I got to give people time to laugh and contemplate what I said. But I just fire things off because. Absolutely. So here we go. Hello, y'all. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. If you want to be super popular with the ladies on social media, like I am, here are some surefire pickup lines for sliding into a shawty's DMs. For that hottie in your feed, you might message, "Are you my pinky toe? Because I'm going to bang you on every piece of furniture that I own." I Maybe you might use, "Are you a rear end collision? Because I'm going to hit it from behind." You could always use the tried and true, "Is there a mirror in your pocket? Because I can see myself in those pants." For an international flair, you might send something like, "You remind me of the Bank of England, but you've got me interested in a pound." What about, "I lost my number. Can I have yours?" If you admire an animal lover, you might say that you hope they have pet insurance, because that pussy's getting beaten. For the thick girl in your life, excellent, excellent. For the thick girl in your life, you might say, "Do you keep a phone in your back pocket? Because that ass be calling me." You might message, "Are you sure you aren't a picking?" You might message, "Are you sure you aren't a parking ticket? Because baby, I want to tear you up." For that future boo, you might send, "Damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm gonna scream when I come inside." All right, guess that was enough for him. Hey, Caspian, how you living, Pip? Welcome. No issue at all. So for that future boo, you might send, "Damn girl, are you a haunted house? Because I'm gonna scream when I come inside." And finally, for that person you never want to message you again, all you need to do is ask, "Are you a pinata? Because I'm gonna need a blindfold to hit that." So sure. For, for the thick girl in your life, you might send, "Do you keep a phone in your back pocket? That ass be calling me?" Yeah, absolutely. If you're an animal lover, you might say that you hope they have pet insurance. If you admire an animal lover, you might say you hope they have pet insurance. That pussy's getting beaten. I appreciate it. So yeah, if I were gonna do Kill Tony, I would not say them all because I need people to give them the opportunity to laugh. But I probably use 4 or 5 of them. Exactly. But yeah, that's probably what I would use. I find, I mean, like I've been able to study these people who do stand up, and the the key, like at least if you look at professional stand up comedians, the way they judge other stand up comedians is laughs per minute. How many laughs per minute can you get? And usually you have to keep the jokes. Okay, sure. Usually, usually you have to keep the jokes short in order to get a lot of laughs per minute. And that's like when you get into the science of humor, you want to keep people laughing as much as possible. Now, there are always jokes that are great that have stories that you intertwine and have huge buildups. And then, when they land, they're absolutely hilarious. So those work as well. But really, especially on a show like Kill Tony, where your time is limited, you want to have as many laughs per minute as possible. That's what it's about, having a lot of jokes. Oh, 100%. You want you want to hear another minute of different jokes? Excellent. Does anybody remember back in the day how popular Yo Mama jokes were? Here are some of Rabbi Rothschild's traditional favorites for sharing at your next favorite holiday. Yo Mama's so fat she went to McDonald's and they had to call Wendy's for backup. Yo Mama's so old her birth certificate expired. Yo Mama's so fat she unlocked type 3 diabetes. Yo Mama's so fat she got triabetes. Yo Mama's so fat Yo Mama's so fat she had a threesome and neither guy knew about it. Yo Mama's so slow. Oh, hell yes. Yo Mama's so slow she took 9 months to deliver a joke. Yo Mama's so ugly the cops pulled her over for not tinting her windows. Yo Mama's so ugly her portraits hang themselves. Yo Mama's so Yo Mama's so fat men are only attracted to her because of gravity. This one's raw. This one is mean. Yo Mama's so ugly her blowjob counts as anal. It's a good one. Absolutely, absolutely. That's what I got. I've got some more, but they're not as good. These are these are the best. Thank you. I appreciate it. So yeah. So what I do is essentially live stream my life, give people a portal into my world. As you know, that I've done that in Aiden Ross's Discord now for like 9 months, and he's been in my YouTube before. He brought in a whole bunch of people into my YouTube, but I don't really do it because I'm a Aiden Ross super fan. I think what he does is cool, and I have a lot of respect for some of the things that he does. But he's got a great community, and he's allowed me to essentially give people a portal into my life. And I get a lot of people who come in here from that uh, Discord who just are like, dude, I see you every fucking day. What's going on? And I'm just like, hey, do you mind if I tell you about myself? And then they hear it, and then they're like, that is the best fucking thing I've ever heard. Thank you so much for doing what you do. And it's like, absolutely. I'm always here to be a good role model to people as best I can be and be a positive light in their world, a pillar of the community, and just generally a light to nations. Excellent. Go for it. Is this? I could be wrong, but is this the opening of the Goddard Tunnel? No shit. I can't believe I was right. No shit. Just by seeing that little amount, I didn't even see the opening of the. Yeah, I've seen. Seen it. Please play it. Yeah, definitely. No shit. I can't believe I was fucking right. That's what it seems like. Exactly. Why wouldn't it just be a ribbon cutting and be like, all right, drive through? Instead, it's like an art installation. Wow, I cannot believe I got that right. Right. So this is the longest known tunnel in the world through the Alps. No, that's so what you're talking about essentially are deep underground military bases and their tunnel system. This here just goes to the Alps. I believe it's like 12 miles. Go ahead, Big Dog. Uh huh. Yeah. No, that's fine. I answer these types of questions all the time. Essentially, it goes back to the Abrahamic tradition where instead of, yeah, so in the Bible, essentially God commanded traditionally Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac. And right before that was going to take place, there was a ram that was caught in the brush, and that ram was essentially sacrificed in um, instead of Isaac. And there is a symbol of that day, which is essentially God's covenant with Adam, pardon me, Abraham, and the circumcision is seen as a sign of that covenant. So, for humans to circumcise them, or Jews, I should say, circumcise their male progeny, essentially on the day of being on earth, is a symbol of that covenant between God and Abraham. Now, you should know something, Andrew. Believe it or not, just one moment. Believe it or not, even though I'm circumcised, and for generations of Jews going back to the Bible, we've been circumcised. I'm actually an anti-circumcision. So what does that mean? It means it means that even though it happened to me, I want to stop the practice in the future. Now, if you want to become Jewish, at least through the Orthodox, um, and what would be considered as Jewish from any other um, denomination or of Judaism, you would need that to occur. It's done through a mohel. A mohel essentially is someone who is uh, traditionally given the role to circumcise a male baby on the eighth day through a covenant known as a bris ceremony. And then there's a celebration thereafter. The baby's allowed to heal. I want to stop that practice. What I'd like to do in the future is we still have a bris and we still have the ceremony, but it doesn't actually say in the Bible what has to be done. So instead of actually cutting off the foreskin, which I would want to avoid, because that can cause issues to the genitalia of a person and doesn't allow them to have a strong orgasm, like that. I would like to instead, in exchange, have what is done for male converts to Judaism who already had a circumcision, which is essentially just a pinprick, just one pinprick of blood as a ceremonial circumcision or bris. So you should know that while I do have some influence within the Jewish community, I don't have all the influence in the world, perhaps, to be able to reverse that centuries and millennia old tradition. But in the future, I know that there are people within the Jewish community who are advocates for ending this type of practice. There's a lot more to it than just a circumcision. You would essentially have to, yeah. So generally, you wouldn't be able. Yeah, you can be circumcised. It can happen in a hospital. No, 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 no. You could do it. You can do it as an adult. You could do it as an. Yeah, if you wanted that, then what you would do is perhaps go to a moil after several years of study, at least generally 1 to 2 years of studying. You probably have to move to a community where there is a local Orthodox community, a local Orthodox rabbi. You study within the community. You would essentially be in front of a court. It's known as a Beis Din, a house of judgment, where they would follow up on your learning, your studies, making sure that you're a good candidate. And then, and the, after about 2 years or so, perhaps as few as a year, but usually about 1 to 2 years, you would then go to a moil after being given the okay. You'd have a circumcision, you'd have some time to heal, and then you would um, essentially what's called take a purified in a mikvah, and you would be a member of the tribe. Yeah, a mikvah. It's essentially a ceremonial bath that you can find in local Orthodox communities. Yeah, it has some. Well, excellent. If you're interested, the best advice I could give you is contact a local Orthodox rabbi in your area, and they will give you essentially a plan of what you need to do. Generally, this needs to be in a larger city. So if you have to move, you may have to. Okay, as are you near Los Angeles? Okay, excellent. Well then, um, I know the. Oh, absolutely. So I know the what's known as the head of the base there quite well. His name is Rabbi Abraham Union, and he's a very nice individual. I know his colleagues as well. They're colleagues of mine, and essentially, what you would want to do is find a local Orthodox rabbi in the greater Southern California area, and what you would then do is be under their tutelage, under their observance. You would learn how to keep kosher. You would learn the laws. You would learn essentially um, purification. You would learn how to daven and pray. You might learn some Hebrew, and then after, at least in their program, about 2 years of study, you would go to a moil. That moil would essentially circumcise you, and then you would make a base for a conversion, and then that base would oversee your becoming a Jew. And from there, you would have to live in the Jewish community. So, at least in Los Angeles, there are three main ones. They would be in Pico Robertson area, North Hollywood area, or uh, perhaps in it used to be Boyle Heights, but it is but essentially one of those communities. Or um, up here of interest, my community is in Irvine, which is Orange County. So those are the main ones. There's also San Diego, where there might be the application. You're in Irvine. You're in Word. Oh, very nice. Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, we're all over the world. So, um, that's what you, if you're interested in it, that's essentially the process. We're in Mockingbird. Yeah, definitely. So actually, um, we, yeah. So the major um rabbi who was in Martin Luther King's life, at least while he was in Atlanta, his name is Rabbi Jacob M. Rothschild, and we're a big family, so you know, not like my uncle or anything like that. But no, you're fine. You're fine. So essentially, um, there were discussions between the Jewish community and the African American community, and unification on some topics, particularly on the topic of and it happened in the 1960s. So, yeah, I mean, Martin Luther King Jr. was an advocate for equality amongst all people, as am I, as are many Jews. So, um, that's basically the connection that he has, at least within the Atlanta. Well, I don't think that that's accurate. I have friends of mine who are black. No, not what I'm saying. Not what I'm saying. There are black people within my synagogue who are Jewish, and so Yeah, I mean, there are people who are entitled to their own belief. Um, I don't necessarily know the justification or some of their reasonings. If you give me an example, perhaps we can talk about it. But just in general, there's a certain xenophobia, which is just fear of strangers, and so if, when you're not exposed to the community, you're not exposed to some of the loving individuals within the community. There's a fear of that which you don't know. If they're entitled to that opinion, there's nothing that I've done necessarily to uh, cause any type of animosity. But I can understand certainly having a certain strong feelings on the matter, and people are entitled to those feelings. You're good, big dog. Absolutely, Andrew. Anytime, you're more than welcome. And if you need someone with whom to speak, I'm always here for you, big dog. Feel free to join whenever you're bored. Peace, man. Yeah, I'll keep you in my prayers the next time I'll give you a Israel, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai, Echad. Direction code. Wait, one bad. There you go, big dog. You're welcome. Excellent. Take care, big dog. Peace, man. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I see that you have the opportunity to chill. Do you mind if I tell you about my project? Excellent. Just know that my original Twitter account had over 10,000 followers. It got banned, I believe, for spam, but I'm not exactly sure. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Essentially, I have the world's largest timeline going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is essentially a real life Truman Show. You can watch me 24 hours a day. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live in Discord at discord.me/rabbi. And I talk about some things that aren't generally discussed in society, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, things such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, things like cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst through the use of of desalination technology, essentially pumping Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. Other things that we talk about are things certainly like cryptocurrency, anti gravity, antimatter. We talk about Web3, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about de extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas was founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've essentially made it their goal within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant surrogates, which I just think is an amazing endeavor and will be really exciting to be able to witness that. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is amazing news for the world to possibly be able to see these once extinct species brought back, hopefully, into their natural environments. Other things that I talk about that are of interest to every single person in here is the fact about data. Data is Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist magazine. In 2018, data overtook petroleum as the most valuable resource on Earth, and I have more data than any person ever. And I'm going to help all of you, and I'm going to help everyone who has helped me. I want to be able to give you money to be able to help your friends, your family, and then start philanthropic organizations and charities that are near and dear to your heart. When you all were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80, and I want to increase that to age 100, 120, perhaps through the use of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy or cold shock therapy to get you to age 120. But eventually you're going to say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. Now what? That's where the final type of technology that I'll mention here takes place. It's known as mind uploading technology. Now, this is with your consent. I'm all about consent. I'm a libertarian at heart and individual rights and freedoms. But you should know that perhaps in the future there may be the opportunity to upload your mind into a computer, essentially like a CAT scan or MRI, where every atom in your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, is available for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. A lot of people don't know this, though. There may be the opportunity at a digital immortality. And with that, I want to thank you and thank the room for allowing me to share my project with you. Shabbat Shalom, my brother. How are you? Thank you so much. If you want to ever connect with me, I'm live in Discord 24/7 at discord.me/rabbi. And also, I'm a very motivated individual. I know that Twitter will probably ban my accounts, and I'll just keep coming in and chilling my project until we go viral one of these days. So you should know I'm also sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's worth more than $100 million. It's a really great project, and I'm glad that I've had the opportunity to be able to share my project with you. And also, for anyone watching now or in the future, hashtag weird, I believe is your guys' project, and I wish you the best with it. What up, my man? Absolutely. It's essentially 24/7 from 10 different streams going back to the pandemic more than 3.5 years. Thank you so much. I mean, essentially, I live my life the way that I normally would. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the mountains and desert cities. I have streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Santa Monica. I've streamed at Disneyland. So I have done a lot of IRL streaming, but really, I have to stream where my Wi-Fi is strongest. So that's generally at my house. But yeah, you can watch me 24/7 every single day, on every moment of every single day, and just essentially create the world's largest time capsule for the future. I hope so. Thank you. Oh, hi, Hunter. I just saw that it was a chill, non-combative space. Just wanted to meet new people. How are you? Oh, yeah, I got my main account banned. It had over 10,000 followers, but I don't let that stop me. Essentially, being able to still make friends on Twitter Spaces and just tell people about my project. Oh, sure. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to tell you. It takes me about 2 minutes, so I appreciate your patience. Uh, I think because of spam. Sure, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than a year. I'm sorry, more than 3 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If you're going to be rude, then I won't continue. Thank you. understand me, bitch. I'm well. How are you, Fox? Very cool. I know your project, the Dog and All Dogs. Those are really nice individuals on Twitter Spaces. I had the opportunity to meet many of them recently, and just know that you have a really nice community. Mind if I tell you about my project? Excellent. I just want you to know about it. I'm letting everybody know about it. I had an account that was much bigger than this. I had over 10,000 followers. But I don't let that stop me. Essentially, my name's Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing this for more than 3 years. My stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. Essentially, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, land, air, petroleum, everything. And I have more data online than any person ever. That may make me an influential individual someday, and if it does, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help all the Nakano dogs. Some things that we talk about on my stream that aren't normally discussed in society are ending world hunger, through the use of technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst, perhaps through the use of desalination technology, where we pump Earth's water onto land, Earth's water onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. Additional things that we talk about are like cryptocurrency, NFTs, Web3. We talk about anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel. We talk about things like perhaps alien disclosure and de-extinction. If you're not familiar with what de-extinction is, it's essentially the reversal of the eradication of some extinct species. People don't know, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Bioscientific, was founded. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years, about 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant hybrids, African elephant surrogates, which I just think is a very incredibly amazing undertaking. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting for the world to perhaps see. Other things that I talk about that may be impactful to you, Fox, are things like perhaps life extension technology. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, perhaps things like human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like nootropics, things like perhaps ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, essentially to get you to age 120. But when you get there, you may say, Rabbi, okay, this is great, but now my body's starting to break down. Now what? Well, this is only with your consent. I'm very much a libertarian at heart and individual freedoms, but if you're interested, there may be an opportunity for you to perhaps take advantage of another type of technology, mind uploading technology. So we can't, well, the one subject that I focus on is world peace in the sense of life sharing my life. 100%. So I'm live 24/7 in Discord at discord.me/rabbi. And essentially, I've just created the world's largest time capsule of human data to be studied perhaps at a future date and just give people the opportunity to know that there's someone online who essentially has made themselves as an example for future humanity to be able to study at an academic level. It's all stored on YouTube servers, so Alphabet servers, Amazon servers, Meta servers. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the number one streamer in iShowSpeed's Discord. I'm the number one streamer all time in Kai Cenat's stream Discord. And if you want to join me in Discord, you can join my Discord. Discord.me/rabbi. That'll give you the link, and you'll see I'm live. We're watching Kill Tony right now. Just enjoying life, telling people about my project. Unique link. So I use Discord.me, which is another site that's associated with Discord links that allows you to join me. It's easier for me to create a unique link instead of saying discord.gg/ I think it's like PXRY7, something like that. Instead of it being just a string of characters, it's easier for me to have registered on discord.me/rabbi, and then people can hop in whenever they want. Yeah, so it's discord.me/RABBI. Sure, I'm based out of Los Angeles. Yeah, definitely. Those are north of me, so technically I'm the Irvine. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Hey, what's going on, Coach and Pat? Are you Posty? You are Posty.
Yeah,
How you living,
yeah.
Pimp?
Sorry, I'm just like I'm good. I was just meeting myself um um like something I thought about something more like this a few years ago. So it's really cool to see like do something similar. Um,
Well, thank you. Yeah, so do you know my
um,
spiel pretty well? You know what I'm about world peace, about positivity, about optimism. Wow, we got you both in here. Amazing. What up, guys? The dream, dog. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a
is there a
feast.
reason you don't use Twitch?
No, I do use Twitch. I'm live on Twitch right now.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I'll get the open.
Yeah, so just
Well, wait, why am I?
type in Rabbi Rothschild and Twitch, and you'll see I'm live on like 4 different Twitch accounts right now. Though my largest Twitch account is Viral Rabbi, it has over 50,000 followers.
Should I leave the um space? I'll join it on my
Excellent. Yo, Fox, how you living, Tim? Yes, I can, sir.
well, I didn't know. Yeah, good man. You know,
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely, networking. I completely understand. My main Twitter account got banned, so but I don't let that stop me. Essentially, I've had over 100 different YouTube accounts. I have 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I've had over 2,000 Twitter accounts. And I've had over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person has ever created in global history. And I think in the future, somebody's going to see what I do. If you have the opportunity in the account that I'm currently in the Twitter space, look at my expanded profile. It's 50,000 characters. I go into frequently asked questions. I have an AMA in there. You can find out all about me. I don't expect you to memorize it all, but if you have questions about who I am, why I do this, and everything, it's really a great resource. And
doesn't have this clicks
yeah,
if I can't see.
okay. Are you on a phone?
Yeah, do I need to go on computer?
Not necessarily. Are you on an Android or an iOS?
Android.
Then you have to go on a computer or an iOS device. I don't understand why Twitter
Okay.
does
Yeah,
not.
Twitter doesn't work well. I got pissed about what it does basically. Like you don't have the option like the either or like the
You're exactly right. No, you're 100% right. And it's been years of
oh
not
dude,
having
I've
that.
done so many spaces like this. Kind of,
Absolutely. And you've had years of not having that kind of functionality. It's incredible.
yeah, and yeah, this brings up a bit. So you've done streaming for a while now yourself.
Yeah,
You've been streaming.
more than
Yeah.
three and a
So
half years going back to the pandemic.
I have an idea that you might be um contributing to um. Uh, I don't know if you heard me talking in the other space about a decentralized version of space that's like TV kind of TV channel.
Talk to me about it. I don't think I had the opportunity to hear that.
Okay, so the thought would be that have we have um, spaces. Anyone can create a room.
Okay.
And that room is like a channel, like a Discord channel, and that room it's like a temporary channel that exists till the last person exits.
Oh, I do remember hearing you say this. Yeah, absolutely. Um, I don't. I mean, like in Discord, Discord has a similar feature. I was gonna say this. That was when that woman said, that's $1 million idea. It is a great idea. You see below here, I have Rabbi Rothschild Arena, and then it should say click to create or click to join voice chat. Essentially, if you do that,
I've seen this in other places. Yeah.
if you do that, it will stay open until the last person leaves.
Yeah. So my I don't. Okay, so that's kind of does what I.
Right.
We just need a better way to get it out there.
You're 100% right. Yeah. It's really not that well
Because
known of
yeah,
a
Discord
feature.
like people don't really like interact with like something like they're enjoying.
It's so compartmentalized. It's maddening. You're 100% right. If it had just an open functionality where people could come in and come out and be able to utilize that type of feature, I think it would be much more popular.
Um,
Welcome,
so
welcome, Light Show Speed. How you
what
living,
if
Pimp? Well, we have some friends here. We've got Fox and Postman Pat. Uh, Postman Pat's telling us about an idea that uh, they have essentially to create a platform that allows people to perhaps maybe in the future be able to use a Twitter Spaces like functionality where the last person who leaves a VC would keep it open essentially indefinitely. Is that correct, Pat?
yeah, that's correct. Yeah. But the thing with doing it on Discord is it doesn't have the same reach that it does on Twitter. Like people see it on Twitter. Like it needs to be integrated into Twitter somehow.
I
You know what I
absolutely
mean?
agree. Oh, absolutely. I don't understand why Elon Musk doesn't prioritize these types of ideas. There are quite a few different, you know, and enhancements that.
Elon Musk is a liar.
Okay, calm down, I should speak. I should speak. Please be. I think that with him purchasing X, he has, I think, been able to provide some amount of free speech that he didn't previously have. But in terms of
He's
functionality,
definitely improved it.
yeah, in terms of
But yeah, in terms of
functionality,
functionality, no. But
yeah,
like if he was to really decentralize it, he would make it a app. But
I am in agreement with you. Even just with Twitter Spaces, not having um, symbiotic or essentially symmetry between the different platforms is maddening. Like you said, I don't have the ability to use a soundboard. I don't have the ability to use the music. There are other aspects that Android has that iOS doesn't have. Some Android devices post spaces longer than 24 hours and Twitter Spaces on an iOS device generally have a 24-hour limit. I don't understand why they wouldn't just ensure that they were the same.
hey man, I'm gonna hop out of here. I'm sorry to abruptly interrupt.
No problem at all, Fox.
Some engagement.
You, you're hosting the space.
Appreciate you having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming in. Whenever you're bored, I'm here to help you, and I'll be back in your space. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you and tell you about my project.
Yeah,
Peace, man.
well, I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Take care, Fox. But yeah, Pat, I am someone who thinks, I mean, like, I built apps on the and launched apps on both the App Store and Google Play, and I understand that in order to do so successfully, you need to essentially have good project management between the two teams to ensure that all of the functionality within one app is mimicked in the other app. And currently, they don't have that, and it doesn't seem like it's a priority of Elon Musk. He
Well,
basically,
that would be the. Sorry to interrupt.
you're okay.
Sorry, I do this a lot.
You're
But,
fine.
okay. What if we could? What? Oh, no. What if I was to create a web app that was an interface that you have to? I don't know if the Discord API enough to do that. So like, you have to have so the app you have to sign into your Twitter and Discord and connect them both to this platform, and then uh, it would see it would show your space that friends are in as well as the trending space because that's something it doesn't do, which would be good to do. Um, and also to make it like Twitch or YouTube where like you can have like a homepage, well, whatever. That part's later on. The main focus is to create a platform where it calls from Twitter and Discord and be able to use the functionality of the temporary um, voice channel.
I'm in agreement. I had an idea. It's similar, but I think it's probably could be a benefit to you. So essentially, you have people who multi-stream. I multi-stream. I'm live right now on YouTube and Twitch and Rumble and all of them. Okay, but if and I'm on a lot of different accounts too. So when people come to one of my channels, they may say, "Oh, you don't have anybody watching you on this given channel." When I may have 50,000 people watching me on another channel, there is no way to know that this person is essentially multi-streaming. And I felt that basically one leaderboard of the internet would be very important, where you could go and you see at the top, let's say Aiden Ross is streaming. He's live on Kick, he's live on Rumble, he's live on YouTube, he's live on Twitch, and it aggregates all of that information to you so that you can see how many
Yes.
people are following you at once. Are you familiar with spacesdashboard.com?
I
It's
yes,
phenomenal.
I used to be. I
Okay.
used to be. I yeah.
So essentially, spacesdashboard.com allows people to see a leaderboard of everyone on Twitter Spaces. And not only does it show you who's in the spaces or who's talking in the spaces, but also it aggregates all of their followers together so that you would know, like, oh, if I talk in this space, I have the opportunity at a reach of, say, 600,000 people. And I think that kind of a strategy for a company to develop would be extremely beneficial, where you just come in, you essentially plug in your social media so that it's verified. And then when you stream on one platform, it gives you all the data of all the other platforms. Now, I know that's a little different than what you're saying, but it wouldn't be too hard
Mm,
to then just essentially create some type of functionality that any of your viewers from any of those different platforms could come in to a common place to be able to have discussions.
yeah, I see what you're uh, this gets to another idea. I leave that other idea for the moment. But um, I think yeah, having some common platform that aggregates all streaming platforms into one and allows all those chats to be one thing and allows um, yeah, agreed.
Excellent. I have thought, why hasn't somebody done this? And I think it has to do with advertising. So basically, it's very difficult for these companies to get advertisers, and when they do, they want to preserve them as much as possible. And if you had one website that basically showed that, hey, YouTube has 100,000 people watching them right now, Twitch has 50,000 people watching them right now, and Rumble has 25,000 people watching them right now, and let's say Kick has 10,000 people watching them right now, an advertiser is very easily going to see where can I get the best bang for my buck, essentially. And hey, I want to advertise on YouTube because they have the most amount of people watching them right now. And so I think that many of these platforms don't necessarily want to compete with each other head on because they fear that they may lose their current.
Hmm. Can you say that one more time because I got
Sure, most certainly. So basically, the advertising dollar is very important to these different platforms. And YouTube has, let's say, if you had one individual has 100,000 people watching them, and then on Twitch they have 50,000 people watching them, and then on perhaps Rumble they have 25,000 people watching them, and Kick they have 10,000 people watching them, that an advertiser would see this and say, well, if we want the best bang for our buck, let let's use YouTube as our platform to be able to advertise uh, our product or our service on because they have the most amount. It essentially would allow at a glance comparison of the different platforms. Now, on the flip side of that, as a platform, YouTube might be the most expensive on which to advertise. So the advertiser may say, even though, let's say, Rumble only has 25,000 viewers on them, it's less expensive to advertise on that platform than it is on YouTube. Uh, but I think that these platforms don't want to go into head-to-head competition with each other by showing that type of data because if they do, they may have advertisers who leave them, and they have fought very hard for that advertising dollar.
mm, I think that would be an I think that would push the space forward.
Oh,
Um,
I agree. I mean,
like there was the YouTube versus Twitch whole debacle and disgrace.
I can tell you,
Um,
I can tell you at least Kick. It wants to become like Twitch. And currently, Twitch, if you watch Twitch, there are so many ads that it sometimes becomes unwatchable. YouTube has gotten that way as well. The advantage right now to Kick is there are no ads. I can tell you, one of the things that I do is I create robots, and I've created robots on Twitch or on Kick and Twitch, that essentially promote my channel, promote my project, and I've done it with such success that Aiden Ross has been in my YouTube. The owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven. He and I are friends on Discord, and I can tell you that at least Eddie Craven does Ask Me Anything once a week, and the plans that they have for their platform is to make it more like Twitch and to have advertising and such. I mean, technically, it still considers itself in beta, which has been in beta for like 3 years. I don't know another company who considers itself in beta after 3 years, but nevertheless, they need to really, I feel, integrate these functionalities into their platforms at a much faster speed. Right now, it takes
mhm.
it. I mean, like I know when Elon Musk,
It
uh,
takes so long
so long.
for Twitch, and it's like the meta, like it's like a game almost. It's like
I'm in agreement
yeah,
with you.
um,
We were talking about the differences between uh, Twitter and on Android and iOS. Another disadvantage that Android users have, which I think is a major one, you don't have the ability to conduct a video on Android.
that oh shit, true. I don't even know this because I don't have it.
Yeah.
Fuck.
So
Yeah,
like right now,
yeah.
here's an iOS device, here's an Android device. As you can tell, I've got 33 different devices going at any given time. So I see the minute details between the two of them, and it's really unfortunate. I feel that Android users don't have some of the functionality that iOS users have, and there's absolutely no plan to integrate it. I mean, you would think that Elon Musk would say, "We have a goal of ours so that Android users and iOS users have the same experience, or essentially the same experience by March." But you never hear that. It's basically he, I feel, feels that iOS users are more important, and so he prioritizes those developments, and Android users never get the full functionality, and it's unfortunate because really, globally, Android is has more market
Yeah, exactly. Um, so let's circle back for a second. Um, you talked about but that's been for the past 3 years. That
share. Kick.
um, the suggesting that we work directly with them or make sure that we
Well, essentially, I think the more networking and the more inclusion you have in
100%.
it's
Yes,
better.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. And I think it needs to be like uh, an open thing, like say, um, is it is it OpenGL? Which like it needs to be a framework like oh the you know the open game engine um that's not Godot,
Yeah.
and it has backing from all the different players.
Right.
Um, and so they all fund parts. So it doesn't. Um, yeah. Does that make some sense? Or do I need to explain a bit more?
No, it makes sense to me. I am always hesitant when I hear of these foundations and organizations who promote open source because it seems like after enough time, it eventually becomes closed source for whatever reason. I think
No,
OpenAI.
and I
Go ahead.
sorry.
OpenAI. I think
I was gonna say go go.
OpenAI had the original plan to be open source or at least much more open to the world and how it's how the intricacies of the platform work. And I think Elon Musk was the original backer. That's one of the reasons why he did back that OpenAI because he felt that it would be open source or at least have more visibility from the outside when it has had the opposite of that. essentially it has become proprietary and for profit, and that is not necessarily the way that he envisioned the platform to go, and that's why he's
I
pulling.
know who we need to work with. I know who we need to work with. Um, look, the name of the, um, the, yeah, um, that's not the name of the company. That's the type of software. Have you heard of source free and open software?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a platform that kind of exists for YouTube that for video that's similar to what we're talking about, but it's not for streaming so much. Um, it could add streaming, but I think streaming should be a separate application.
Okay. And
Well, it
along
could be built in.
alongside streaming, then what I feel is important. Streaming's great, but archiving of the data is really most important.
That's a good point, and I haven't considered.
That's where you get into server costs, though. Um, Essentially, you have to
Yeah,
become like a Meta, like an Amazon, like an Alphabet, because eventually you have so much data that you either have to delete it or you have to pay huge amounts to another company to host it on their servers. So in order to avoid that, you really have to become a server company.
okay. That'll be a scaling issue.
Most certainly. And I
Um,
this is how I see it. Essentially, like on Twitch or Kick, you're able to stream as much as you want within 30 days. But after 30 days, your streams are no longer available to the general public. And then they're no longer available to you. And I think that that's has good and bad. The good in it is that it allows a company to be able to control what's on their platform. But the bad of it is that it doesn't allow people to see trends that have happened in your streaming uh, profile. It doesn't allow you to just go back and watch old streams of someone. And I feel like if someone's going to put
no,
in so
and
much
like,
work into their streaming, that people should be able to watch it years from now or decades from now. That's one of the coolest things about YouTube is that you can go
and
back to
the
some.
fact that it's digital is not like TV where it like we have the ability now to archive it. So and it's all built into the same platform. So why would we not
Exactly,
archive it?
exactly.
Um,
Why wouldn't you? And I think that the argument, though it's not publicly made, is that a lot of times the social, uh, the what is considered to be appropriate or politically correct in the social sphere of, let's say, the early 2000s is different than the 2010s, is different than the 2020s. And these companies many times don't want people to know that, hey, it was fine to say like a certain word in 2010 or 2000, but it's no
and
longer
also
okay to say
like
that.
so then the question is, do we need to make it on the blockchain to be immutable? But
I
that would have real costs.
ideally, so there is it's called Stanco, Sanco. There's a company that allows live streaming.
S
Yeah,
A N C O.
I misspelled it. Sanko, I believe it is actually.
Okay.
Let me make sure
Let
that's
me.
it. Sanko. It allows for live streaming. No, let's see. Let me make sure I've got it. Um, it's Sanko. It allows for cryptocurrency streaming. Uh, so basically, it's like um, the cryptocurrency blockchain project focused on gaming and NFTs. But it's not just Sanko.com. It's um, I'll find it in a second. Sanko crypto video streaming. It's uh,
Sanko Game Corp. Sanko
introducing
TV.
Sanko TV. Yeah, platform built. Let's see. Yeah,
Sanko
that's it.
TV.
Yeah, Sanko.tv. I believe it is. Let's go to it, or I'll go to it and I'll make sure that's it. I've streamed on there. Um, it's just not very big right now. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so essentially, what these people are able to do is stream for crypto, and it's it's kind of a nice platform where you can earn money immediately by streaming by taking crypto donations. The
We
reason,
could also build in like features a plugin and that kind of stuff.
absolutely, if they were allowed would allow an open API.
Yeah, that's true.
So essentially, what this Stanko is it is allowing for live streaming on the blockchain. If you want to be at the top or allow people to be able to view your stream, you have to. It essentially takes a very small amount of cryptocurrency from you. But if you don't want to pay at all, you're still able to have your data stored on their platform. And really, what that little amount of cryptocurrency does is pay for all of the overhead. Um, but yeah, this is kind of along
It
those
makes
same.
sense that you have to pay them for it. Like
Exactly.
that. Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, like, how is it going to function? Yeah. Like, it should be like in reality, long term, it should be free. Like, well, the thing you give people the opportunity to stream without the option to have it archived. But if they want to have it archived, then they have to pay.
Right. And people will say, well, why do I have to pay to have it archived if YouTube doesn't charge me, if Twitter doesn't charge me, if Rumble doesn't charge me? So then you have
It would
competition.
mean we don't have to have as much ads. Like, plain and
Yeah, I mean, Twitter doesn't have any ads when you live stream.
true, true.
So there will be people who counter that by saying, look, I want a platform that doesn't show me ads, that doesn't get rid of my data, and I want it to be free. And right now, Twitter allows that. Now, people will say, well, there are ads within Twitter. I understand that, but they don't actually like cut up your live stream like it does on Twitch or like it does on YouTube. When it comes to
No, it's not a streaming platform.
right,
It's almost as bad as that, right?
absolutely,
But
which is quite
you were gonna say
interesting to me, because it basically Twitter purchased Periscope years ago, didn't do anything with it.
exactly. Yep.
They didn't do anything with it. In fact, you can still see some of the domains within Twitter are still connected to Periscope, especially from a live stream perspective. It was almost as if they just wanted to become a conglomerate and overtake some of the competition that they had. But they, I mean, you don't ever hear of anybody say, "Oh yeah, I'm live streaming on Twitter." I mean, people don't even know that's an option a lot of times, and frankly, it's not an option on a lot of different devices, which is really unfortunate. I can tell you on an iOS device, you can't very easily live stream on Twitter video like you can on an Android. That's an advantage of Android, where on an Android device, it does give you the opportunity to go live, and on iOS, it's not.
I thought you said you couldn't stream.
So let me clarify. Okay, on Twitter Spaces for iOS, you can do a video space, but you cannot
Oh, that's confusing as fuck. I see what you're saying. Yeah,
exactly.
when they hear a space. Okay, I see. Yeah, yeah. And the fact that only one person can turn on their video in spaces,
Come
and it's not
on,
like
exactly.
it's not like why wouldn't you combine? I thought they would combine it with the streaming aspect and allow you to. It's confusing.
Very
And
confused. Why wouldn't they just make it like Discord? Discord has the best setup in terms of streaming and conversations that can take place. You can mute people, you can turn off their camera if you want. I mean, it's just,
yeah,
in my opinion, they should say, wow, we should just enable what Discord is doing on Twitter. And then also allow for people to be able to listen. I mean, essentially, if you look below, I've got Rabbi Rothschild's arena. What is that? It's a stage. A stage allows 10 people to talk at once, like we could have debates and do all the other things. And then you can
mm,
have millions of people watching you
yes,
simultaneously.
exactly.
Exactly.
Yes, like Twitter spaces, but it's better.
I agree. And it's like nobody's paying
But they
attention.
the other thing was Discord used to have like a feature where you could like see other random servers that you could that were hosting. It wasn't it was like a space. It was a temporary channel. Do you remember that?
Yeah. So, if I understand correctly, I think it's still available on some platforms, not others. Basically, it shows where you have perhaps people who are um, talking or like have an open VC in any of the Discord servers of which you're a part of, and you can like cycle through them.
No, this would join other ones that were like a broadcast feature.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that then.
You want me to find it?
Sure, tell me how to do it.
Hmm. Alright, I'm just
Take your time. Take your time. I'm a very patient individual.
that. I'll have to get back to you on that.
That's okay.
Don't.
No issue at all.
Um, yeah, I'm stumped on that one. Because I remember it being there. I know it was like,
That's okay. If you take a look at it, I just, I think
can I add you on Discord?
absolutely, please do. I tried to send you a message, but it said you had to like the person.
Yeah,
Whatever.
I have my DMs closed on here because how many bots there were,
Sure, I
but
understand that.
I might open them back. That might be a filtration.
Certainly, I sent you a friend request
Friend request?
when
Yeah,
you first
yep.
joined, so I see it's pending. Okay, I see you accepted it, and if you're interested, I mean, you can see I'm going to send you my YouTube link. Basically, you can see how many YouTube streams I have going simultaneously. It's unlike any person you've ever seen. You've never, not only that, every single one of those cameras is linked to Rumble Studio to be live streaming on Rumble. I used to do it on Twitter, but Twitter stopped in July. That's now a premium feature. But I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on like even a bunch that you probably have never heard of, like D Live and Trovo. I,
Oh,
I
I know Trovo.
Okay, excellent. So I'm live on all of those as well. And if like I'll click the link just so you can see what happens in case you're not comfortable doing it. It I mean look at all these live streams that I have going. I mean let me count them.
Holy shit.
One,
Oh,
two, three,
oh my
four,
god.
five, six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No one else is live on 11 different angles of their life 24 hours a day.
Bro, that's like a world record.
It most certainly
Like,
is.
okay, would you be by the um, aggregator slash streaming platform?
1000%. Absolutely.
And you make sure uh, um, uh, make sure to um, um, ensure to keep it on track in terms of its value.
Absolutely, as much as I can. The best thing that I can tell you
Yeah.
is that
So
live stream.
if I steer off, yeah,
The best,
tell me off.
the best thing I can tell you is everything that I do is recorded, so that ensures a high amount of integrity, not only from myself, but for everyone with whom I interact online. I mean, I know
Yeah.
people who don't want me to go into their Discord because they know that I'm live streaming and they want to be able to use racial terms or they want to be able to lie or they just want a certain amount of anonymity, which I respect. I get that. But on the other hand, people who know that they come in here, they are essentially being broadcast to the world. And they have to be real. They have to be honest, and do my best to create an honest and open community. And like, I mean, I have not only do I have like streams on this plane, but I even have like ceiling cams. I mean, I've got some things that no one else is doing. So you can watch me from above. You can watch my phone. You can watch what I'm watching. Like, if I press this button, I don't know if you know what Kill Tony is, but it's the world's largest live podcast. And I mean, I watch all of these. I watch the Joe Rogan Experience. I watch Lex Friedman. Anything that's available that isn't copyrighted, I live stream.
The one concern I had with doing live stream 24/7 was the lack of privacy.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you that I basically made myself an open book to the world. There are some things that
Yeah.
I can't broadcast that I would like to. I mean, I have broadcast myself like people like I wanted to really archive as much of my life as possible, like going to the bathroom. You can stream on some platforms of yourself going to the bathroom now, not necessarily the nudity element of it, but just like basically what a human goes through when they go to the bathroom in the year 2020,
Yeah.
2021, 2022, or showering. Some platforms allow you to not necessarily be naked, but like you will have like shorts on or something like that. And other platforms don't want that at all. Even if you're not nude, they don't want that type of content. It depends on what platform you're on. And you know, if I ever need to, the streams are going, but I mean, I can always leave. I can always go outside. I can always do whatever, go for a walk or
True.
whatever.
You can always leave the room uncomfortable.
Exactly. And I've streamed like I have just years of myself in IRL mode where I've streamed as far north of Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the mountains and desert cities. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Santa Monica. I've streamed in Disneyland. I've streamed in Malibu. I mean, you name it. At least in Southern California, I have streamed there. And so, I mean, I've done both. I've done my best, you know, but at any given time, if I ever want to, I can leave. I can leave and just keep the podcast going so that there's some kind of content being created. And then also on top of this, you probably can't hear it, but in the background, I keep a radio going 24/7 to news radio
Dude, yes.
so that
Yes.
every moment at any given time, people of the world in the future will know what was going on in the current situation, whether it comes from international news or local news. But basically, people will have like timestamps of what was going on whenever they want, and I think that's going to be very valuable as well. Just keeping accountability for the world. So literally, you can go back in my stream. Let's say it's 2021, and go to the stream and you can hear what's going on the radio, know exactly what was going on when we were in the middle of the pandemic or if an earthquake happened or the death of a something like that.
That's
I think so as well. Now, I also know that that kind of cannot, some people don't like that. The reason why, if you are doing your best to construct a certain um, narrative, you might not want somebody to go back and say, oh, well, like, here's a perfect example on Twitter. You know, we've had celebrities who would endorse people and then they delete the tweet and it's gone. Well, if I have it archived that, no, you really did endorse the person on 2016 or 2012 or whenever it was, they don't like that. So they basically like to live in the here and now, but not necessarily. Like, here's a perfect example. I think just a good example. Recent United States Hillary Clinton was, I believe, as recently as 2013 for marriage being between a man and a woman. Okay, that was as recently as 2013. But nowadays, she doesn't want people to know that. Now she wants people to think that she's always been for gay marriage and such. In fact, as I understand, Donald Trump has been an advocate for gay marriage longer than Hillary Clinton has been. So She deleted all of those, previous tweets and all of that, and doesn't really get into that. But I mean, she's on the floor of the United States Senate saying that marriage should only be between a man and a woman. There are those types of cases where political actors and perhaps non-government organizations and the corporatocracy doesn't want this type of information archived.
I see what you're saying. Like, they need to keep it public so then these organizations can stay um, accountable.
Exactly. And I feel that what I do is keep not just accountability for myself, but the world. And it's really when people find out about this, like, hey, I'm bored. You know what? I'm going to see what the rabbis do. It's like all the time. With any of your other favorite creators, they always are, eventually have to stay by and leave. I never leave. I'm always going. That's a very exciting opportunity for people to know that there's someone who has more content than they could ever be able to digest in a given year or even a given decade, because not only am I live on one angle, I'm live on 10 different angles, at least more than that. I'm live, that's just what's being recorded. In addition, I'm live in Discords that are perhaps recording this information as well. And I think that really I have about a person's lifetime of information archived to be already. I plan on doing this the rest of my life. I think in the future, people will be able to not only study my stream, study human biology. When I talk about that, I mean, like, there will be people who will be able to study at an academic level, not just what I do and what I say, but also what my heartbeats per minute are, my swallows per minute,
Oh
my
my god,
blinks per
dude.
minute, what the dew point is, what the humidity is, what my body temperature is, why that
What about
changed.
the point where we recreate it
Absolutely.
as
And
a simulation?
Absolutely. There will be people who will want to live my exact life over the course of this in virtual reality, and you'll be able to. Every single thing that I've done on this stream, you'd
Now
be
you're
able to,
making me want to do the same thing.
and as you should. You should recognize that
But
there's.
I'd rather keep a level and an anonymity to it. Like, I'm happy to uh, stay in voice chat the whole time, but having I feel that for my safety, I'd rather not have like my personal um, details out there, or like, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. That's what prevents people from doing it. I mean, it really gets tricky when you're having to go to the bank. Like, I've opened bank accounts live streaming. When I've gone to the ATM live streaming, all the passwords that I have. I mean, basically, if you were really,
So
um,
how? Okay, next question. How do we? But how would we need this platform to say like, say you want to live stream and I want to live stream. We don't need this platform to say this rabbi is like the rabbi who live, and you can watch him, but Posty is also live, and they currently do a conjoined stream. You know what I mean? Because we want to talk in this way, in this.
absolutely. YouTube has allowed this in the past to be able to essentially collaborate with one other user. Um, TikTok allows
Which
this.
also has a functionality.
Absolutely. TikTok has this functionality, so basically it'll tell you that Rabbi and Post are Rabbi and Pat are in a discussion together. Do you want to join this? And you'll be able to see
Okay, cool.
our avatars basically next to each other on your homepage, and you can click that and see that we're collaborating together. And even Discord has this as well. If you were just searching for me, you would see that I was in a call with you, and if they were friends with you as well, they would see the reverse of that, that you were in a call with me and be able to join that. Really, there are some other smaller platforms that offer some really amazing features. One of my favorites is called Vigo or Vigo, Vigo, that allows for 16 people simultaneously to be in a call and have their video going and their voice going. I think that type of
Is
function,
there a limit in Discord?
um, for video
Or
20
does Discord like
video
crash out after?
for video their limit is 25 people to have their
Okay.
cameras on. Now, if we were in say a stage, then we could have, I believe, it may be 25. I thought it might be as many as 10 people, but then we could literally have 1 million people watching
Yeah, you can have a heap of people watching, but to have like it, becomes kind of hectic. But they wanted to have like um a you almost need to build something like that, like Microsoft Teams.
Yeah, I mean, I,
Oh, dude, this is
I mean
going
that
full circle.
there's certainly a lot of overhead on that. That's where it comes down to servers. I mean,
That's later down the track. I think.
absolutely, but
Um,
really we can utilize perhaps features that are available on some of these other platforms already. I mean,
but we should start with the aggregation first.
I
I think.
agree with that. I agree with that. Just where
I think like that's simple and like it's the market, the web, like it won't be really like it'll like we could start with doing it for Web3, but I think it's better to do it for Web2 and then at the same time do it all at once. Do Web all of the streaming services and collate them at once.
I agree with you. And I don't know
Yeah.
why somebody hasn't done this. I don't know why there isn't one list. Like, let me put it to you this way: in college football or college basketball, there's a top 25 list, and you can know who the top 25 teams are in the United States by going to that list. Uh, I don't understand why the same way every week when you have the Billboard Top 100, all the top songs that are going on, you can see what the most popular songs are. I don't understand why they don't have the same thing at any given time for different creators.
You want
Where
to see what's trending? It's like yeah, it's like with Spotify or like but yeah,
I don't
like
understand
music, like
why there isn't just
sorry,
a top 100 creators who are online right now, and you can just see on
yes,
all the different platforms they are, how many different people are watching them right now, what their reach is, and what they're doing. I don't understand why somebody hasn't come up with that. And just call it the list, or like the big list, or whatever you want to call it. But basically, you just go
it
there.
needs a better name than maybe it could be called the big.
Exactly. Something like that.
I just
Something simple, but that's very
yeah
identifiable. And then people will no longer care about, oh, I'm the top YouTuber of the month. Who cares about that? What are you ranked on the big list?
yeah,
And
and the big list doesn't associate with a brand or anything. The big list is separate from the streaming part.
absolutely, the big list
So
is its own
and
brand.
it means that it allows it to function as its own thing, and that like they're not uh, um, uh, they're not trying to manipulate the market or something together.
Right? It's independent. And so, like,
Yes, exactly.
you couldn't, like, somebody could say, look, I want my creator to be higher up on the list than they currently are, and you would say, okay, have them get more YouTube viewers or more Instagram followers that simultaneously, or more Twitter followers. Another thing that I don't understand, and actually the reason why I use Rumble is because it somewhat has this functionality, is when why isn't there like a platform? The Rumble Studio does allow this, so it's getting better. But basically, when you go live on or you go live on it's currently on Rumble Studio, I can be live on YouTube simultaneously and Twitch simultaneously and Twitter simultaneously if I have a premium account and Kick simultaneously. You can multi-stream. Why hasn't somebody just said, you know what, we're just going to be the best multi-streaming app so that
I know it's dumb.
it's
Like
dumb exactly.
I totally agree. Um,
It's a
do
huge
you think
opportunity.
we need? Sorry.
It's a huge opportunity. And I think Rumble has done a very good job because Rumble has introduced this functionality. There are other platforms that allow this, but it's at a premium price. And Rumble allows you to do it for free. And I think that that is a significant advantage that they have on the competition. YouTube should have a thing that says, hey, if you want to stream on YouTube, that's great. But also, if you want to put your Twitch in there and your Rumble in there and your Kick in there and your Bigo and your TikTok and your Instagram, and you press play on YouTube, it'll be live on all of those as well. I don't understand why they don't use their influence to have that type of integration. And I kind of understand why they do because they don't necessarily want to give any influence to their competition. But on the other side, then people only know people as a YouTuber. Oh, that guy's a YouTuber, or that person's
Yes,
just on Twitch.
exactly. It's the same thing with Twitch.
Exactly. It's like they don't want this intercommunication, and I can see why, especially with how
Yes.
the audiences are, because you will get people will share information. And also with all of this, one common chat. We didn't talk about that, but that would be
Oh,
very important as well.
of course, of
Exactly.
course.
Now, at least on Rumble Studios, you can have that so that you can see if somebody's chatting with you on YouTube or on Kick or on Twitch or on D Live or on Vigo or whatever. You can see from what platform they are. But I can see like very easily what I would see happening is this: somebody say they're watching you on YouTube and somebody's like, oh, another advertisement on YouTube. And somebody just say to them, hey, do you know that you can use an ad blocker on YouTube and not have ads anymore? And then all of a sudden it has this huge effect on the platform where their ad revenue goes down because all these people are using ad blockers. Or perhaps people would say, oh, Twitch has so many ads, and somebody would say, well, just watch on Kick because Kick doesn't have any ads. And then Twitch loses a whole bunch of viewership to Kick because of the ad issue. I can see the intercommunication that they don't want to happen, but then again, then just get good, so to speak. Like, okay, well then Twitch, if you don't want,
Exactly.
yeah, then
Like
make
it
your
seems to be
platform
about the
better.
technology, not about.
Exactly.
Um, I'm thinking we should go to like um investors or anything that I need to build it first and get it public, and then um it can get funding for people.
Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, it's going to be perhaps any day, any week, but I'll keep my um. If so long as I keep promoting myself on Twitter Spaces the way that I do, there are enough people who are hearing my message. It's very positive, and they recognize that it is a huge gold mine that I'm sitting on. Literally, the data that I have archived is more valuable than gold. And someone's going to hear that, someone's going to see that and recognize, you know what? This person, all I have to do is retweet something that they have in their content, and it will go viral. When it does, because of the size of their account, we'll have so many people in here watching that essentially it will be a catalyst for the future. And I'll be able to fund any project that you have.
Okay. What do you want me to retweet?
Well, I don't have anything for you to retweet now specifically. Well, here's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I've had things. But my
No,
Twitter,
I'm saying you tell me what you want me to retweet. I'll retweet for you.
I understand that. I've had things. My Twitter accounts get banned. I've had really nice tweets
Yeah.
that I've had. I've had like 3,000 retweets on some things, but essentially, I'm going to get famous enough just in Twitter Spaces by shilling my projects. Essentially, that somebody who has an account with 100,000 followers or a
What
million,
is your project, by the way?
essentially what I currently do, which is live streaming my life 24/7.
Oh, okay, cool. Yes, that should be. Yeah, that should. That, wait, but
What
is it like a conviction, like to help people stream like multiple things on and control them all?
I mean, I can teach people how to do that. It's essentially multi-streaming. But essentially, what is important for people to see is that there is a real life human show, a real life example of
Oh,
the world
such a good movie.
of human data, right? And if you want at any given time, you can watch this person eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, laugh, cry, educate, watch, relax, anything that you want. And not only do I do it, but I not only do I do it all the time, but it never ends. I mean, it's always going. There's always something to do. So if anybody's ever bored, they just be like, okay, well, I'm gonna see what Rabbi's doing. And here's the thing: I don't want to be a desktop streamer for my whole life. I started as an IRL streamer, and when I have the funds,
I
I
know
will
some IRL. They have an audience. They stream all the time.
absolutely. Now I have
But
done that.
am I,
I
are
didn't.
you okay if I tweet something saying I am like the true show in my own eyes?
Absolutely. You know what you would want to tweet is the link that I sent you that has 11 different streams simultaneously. Those streams will be going, and that link works. It'll work in 100 years, perhaps.
Oh yeah, okay.
And when people see
Where did you? Oh, you.
on
Yeah.
Discord, and essentially when somebody sees that, they're gonna say, "Wait, this person isn't just live on one camera. They're live on 11 different cameras. How are they able to do that?" And then they'll see essentially that I'm the world's largest multi-streamer. They'll learn about my project. Um, One other thing that I think I've done that is benefit. Well, here's the thing. What do I talk about that's really important? futurology. That's not something currently being discussed, but when people hear my message, I mean, the things that I talk about, sure, I talk about world peace and all of that. That's great, but there are other things that I talk about that are going to be very influential to society. Like what? I talk about types of technology that we're not currently utilizing. And I could go about this for hours. I have just a list that I've developed. So, like what? In terms of transport, like transportation is very important to me. A Bering Strait crossing. That's a proposed transportation link, like a bridge or a tunnel, across the Bering Strait to connect continents. This would connect Asia to North America. It would allow people to essentially take a road trip from New York to Paris or from Los Angeles to Cape Town. How amazing of an opportunity would that be?
That, yeah, dude, like I think about transport, but not on that scale. That's like
Well, but see, like in if I were living a normal life where I thought that I would die at age 80, I may not be as excited for this as I would be when I talk about a world with mind uploading technology. That basically, when my body gets out, I'll be able to scan my brain into a computer for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of myself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever I want to be. And then I'll be able to help that project continue. Basically, I'm telling people that they no longer should see things within the micro view of a lifetime, perhaps be as much as 100 years, but it should be 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 or a million because of this type of technology. I talk about gravity trains, a transportation system using gravitational forces for high-speed travel along a rail network. Gravity vacuum transit, a system leveraging vacuum tubes and gravitational forces to transport passengers efficiently. A flying submarine, a vehicle capable of operating both underwater and in the air, enhancing military and exploration capabilities. A vacuum airship, an airship that uses vacuum instead of helium for buoyancy, potentially reducing costs and improving efficiency. A water-fueled car, a vehicle powered by hydrogen extracted from water, offering renewable energy alternatives. I mean, I've got a list of these things that is as long. You'll fall asleep before I'm
I'd love to hit
done
at
reading them.
some point. I'd love to down.
Absolutely. Just in terms of physics, I mean, I talk about anti-gravity, a theoretical technology that neutralizes or counteracts the forces of gravity, enabling levitation or advanced propulsion systems. Antimatter weapon, a weapon that utilizes antimatter reactions to produce explosive energy, potentially more destructive than nuclear weapons. Artificial gravity, a mechanism to simulate gravitational forces, possibly through radiation or advanced technology for space habitats. A cloaking device, technology designed to render objects invisible or undetectable by bending light around them. Cold fusion, a proposed method of nuclear fusion at room temperature, which could provide a virtually limitless energy source. A colocopter, a theoretical advanced technology for efficient energy conversion inspired by the mechanics of beetle wings. A computronium, a theoretical substance optimized for computation, where matter is arranged at a molecular level to maximize processing power. Electrogravitics, a proposed method of propulsion that uses electric fields to manipulate gravitational forces. Faster than light communication, theoretical communication methods that would allow information transfer faster than the speed of light. Femtechnology, the femtotechnology, the manipulation of matter at the scale of femtometers, 10 to the negative 15th meter, potentially leading to unprecedented engineering capability. A fusion torch, a device that utilizes controlled nuclear fusion reactions for high energy applications, such as cutting or welding, perhaps gravitational shielding, a hypothetical technology that could block or mitigate gravitational effects, enabling advanced propulsion systems. A gamma ray laser, a laser that uses gamma rays for precision targeting or other applications, potentially revolutionizing energy delivery. Inertia negation, a theoretical concept where the effects of inertia can be minimized or eliminated for rapid acceleration. I mean, I've got just tons of these. Nuclear bullets, a nuclear clock, nuclear light bulb, nuclear shaped charge, organic nuclear reactor, perpetual motion, phased array optics, pico technology, plasmonster, a hypothetical device using plasma technology for advanced energy generation or propulsion. Project Excalibur, a theoretical space-based defense system capable of targeting and neutralizing incoming threats. Pure fusion weapon, a nuclear weapon that relies solely on fusion reactions without the use of fission triggers. Room temperature superconductor, a material that exhibits superconductivity at ambient temperatures, revolutionizing energy transmission. A space-time cloak, a device that manipulates space-time to make
Okay,
objects.
let's start with S.
Absolutely.
Rabbi.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I I I know that they all, but I'm gonna, like you said, it's probably gonna go on till I sleep.
You're absolutely right, and I hate to overwhelm you, but what I'm saying is, very, very rarely do you ever have an influencer has so much that basically they will outlast you. You will not outlast them. Usually, I would be like, okay, well, that's the end of my stream. Take care, everybody. There is no time that I do that. I'm always live. So if people are interested in these things, I can talk about them essentially ad infinitum. And on top of that, it's going to inspire people. I would say, look, when before you may have wanted, not known what you wanted to do with your life, we need people who are experts in teleforce, a theoretical beam weapon that uses directed energy to perhaps incapacitate targets without conventional projectiles or a teleporter. Because I'm world peace, I don't like weapons, but I understand that what is used for bad things could also be used for good things. But how about a teleporter? A hypothetical technology that allows for instantaneous travel of matter from one location to another. These are also
You
known
brought
as
up a good point
these are all,
there about, like, when you mentioned weapons the first time, I was a little hesitant and concerned, but the way you mentioned that time, like, um, I have concern doing anything to do with improving weapons. Like, I feel like that's, uh, I have worry that, like, it would result in bad things happening that I can't have control over.
absolutely.
Um,
I understand that.
like, yes, it's giving freedom to people to, like, use weapons, but, like,
Don't forget my overarching. The first thing that I lead in is I do this for world peace. So what does that mean? It means that you could potentially use one of these photon lasers to kill people, but you could also use it to be able to perhaps mine for uh, minerals that you never would have been able to get to um, in a conventional way. I mean, again, what can be used to destroy can also be used to build. And I'm in agreement with you, but these are conversations that we have to have. At least we should say, hey, we should have a type of list of the type of weapons that could be used from some of this technology that we discussed, just to be on the lookout for it, to be ready for it. But the people out there who are listening, we need people who need to be experts in teleportation someday. And while it may seem hypothetical now, in the future, we will perhaps be able to overcome, especially with what are known as replicators. Essentially, they're also known as Santa Claus machines. But basically, imagine a 3D printer that was connected to every element in the periodic table. And we could scan someone and be able to replicate them in another place. This is type of technology that we are on the brink of right now. And within a generation or two, it will become a reality. And I want people who hear this, who don't know what to do with their life, to essentially be motivated to work in some of these industries when they previously didn't have. When before people would laugh at you if you were to say, I'm trying to come up with a teleportation device. In the future, they won't. They will say, all right, what is it known as? It's going
yeah,
to be known as a jump room. Essentially, it is a portal that allows you to walk
people
into.
don't take you seriously, have, like, these far out ideas that potentially work, and they don't give the time to say that.
That's just closed mindedness. There's nothing I can do about that. But essentially, once I'm able to um, once I'm able to become at least more mainstream and people understand what I'm talking about, that will change the conversation of the world because people will recognize that these things are not so strange or far fetched. I mean, look, 100 years ago, if I were to say to someone, yeah, imagine basically a way of video communication anywhere in the world instantaneously, they would laugh me off. In the year 1925, if you were to say that you wanted to one day foresee a world where there would be instantaneous video transfer, they would say that's impossible. Here we are doing it live right now. And I'm saying by 2020, by 2125, we might be able to just go from one of these little boxes and just, I would be able to join you in your location, or you'd be able to join me in my location. That's how quickly technology advances. And I don't think that's so strange to have these discussions.
I like that I'm able to have these discussions with you.
Absolutely. So, I mean, in addition to those types of discussions that I have that are very high level, very, there is the studying of me as a human zoo, essentially. The ability for people to, in a voyeuristic way, in any way, keep anonymity on their end and just be able to see what someone is doing. And I think it will become very popular someday because um, it's really, it's always, I always have content going. And as Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king. I'm making it true today.
Can you say that one more time?
Sure. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. Essentially, with any other influencer you have, they would have had to end their stream by now. They would have gone away, and you wouldn't be able to communicate with them anymore. But I'm different. Basically, you will leave before I leave. So what does that mean? Eventually, you'll be
Yeah,
like,
I get what you're saying.
and that's a total different aspect of content. Basically, I have more content than any person ever. So, like, even if I were asleep right now, which is still content, and people would be able to study in the future my circadian rhythm, my body temperature, my breaths, even in the future, you'll be able to remove my clothing, to be able to see my epidermal layer, my skin layer, be able to remove my skeletal layer, be able to remove my muscular layer, you'll be able to see into my cranium, into my brain, and eventually you'll be able to see what I'm actually thinking as I say it. These are not these are opportunities in the future that people not only will see as science fiction, but they will be science fact. People will be able to literally see as I'm thinking up these words and communicating them using an augmented reality type function and know what type of memory processes and other neurological processes are happening as they watch this movie, which will be fascinating for the world.
Mm, um, I probably should have get out of here
Absolutely,
and get on with a few other things.
absolutely, Pat.
But
You
yeah,
understand
it's been great talking.
absolutely. You understand what I'm doing, and you understand as well that I have found a loophole.
Well,
It,
I almost want to invest in your data stuff, but I feel like that's a conflict of interest if I have the investment in that as well as having creation of this platform.
hey, what I can tell you is, if you want to keep your anonymity, which I totally respect, when you're in Twitter Spaces, if you're ever hosting Twitter Spaces, record them, and that allows you to keep your anonymity but still have the ideas archived. And eventually, you'll get more and more comfortable, and you'll turn the camera on, and perhaps we'll eventually feel like, okay, at least I'm going to keep my anonymity of like I won't dox myself, or maybe I'll wear a mask or something like that. But eventually, you'll get more comfortable.
Yeah,
But no one's
yeah. It's
no one's pressuring you
it's
that into
more
now.
that like yeah. There's the anonymity part, but then there's also like I wanted to feel like it's not just that. It's like so the fact that I'm just another human. Anyone could be.
There's that as well. I can tell you,
So
I have found
that's
I have found a loophole in the Twitter. The loophole is this. Look, I have over 2,100 Twitter accounts. They banned me. They've banned my IP. They've banned me using a VPN. They've got my MAC addresses recorded. Anytime I have any type of interaction with another profile, meaning like I send you a friend request, I retweet your stuff, I like your stuff, I automatically get suspended. But the one thing that they haven't done is prevent me from talking in Twitter Spaces. which is all I need. All I need is 2 minutes to be able to tell people about my project. And I'm telling you, Pat, people hear it and they say, that is the greatest thing I've ever heard. How do I help? How do I check you out? All of that. And that's all I need. And they can take down my Twitter account, and that's fine. I just create another Twitter account, go right back into a space, and shill somebody else. It's a loophole I found, and it's a loophole that's going to allow me to go.
Well done.
Thank you. Pat, anytime you need me, I'm here. I look forward to connecting with you through Twitter Spaces. Just know if uh, I I can't like anything that you do on Twitter or follow you or anything like that, but you'll hear me. I mean, you've heard me in multiple Twitter Spaces
No, as
already.
long as I can talk to you
Exactly.
about the, I don't, I don't care if you engage like via
Absolutely.
Twitter. That doesn't matter as long as I'm able to actually get your feedback and yeah, whatever on things and you know, tell me how you see. That's all good. I don't have to. I'm not. I don't care about likes. Don't matter to me. Like,
Absolutely.
I, what matters to me more is way more. I don't care if I get 0 likes on something as long as something has views. Views are more. Oh, look, likes are important if you're trying to see if something works well, or not works well, but like if people actually like something. But I just want to broadcast stuff to people currently.
Absolutely. I am going to become famous not because I have the world's biggest Twitter account, but it's because I am so motivated to get into Twitter spaces that people know me. So I just have to request to speak. And normally they would look at your account and they'd say, "Oh, you don't have that many followers or whatever." They'll be like, "Oh, I've heard this person before. I'm gonna let them up. Hey, Rabbi, what's going on?" I mean, that's how I'm getting known, just because people recognize who I am and my name and such. And that's all that I care about. And then I'm able to connect with them, talk in their faces, make friends that way. It's just a matter of time. And I really think that it could happen sooner rather than later, particularly because I'm Twitter spaces. I had one Twitter account last week that I was using. Over the course of 96 hours, I had 500 followers already. So that means that what I say resonates with people. That's 5 followers an hour. I mean, that's an incredible rate.
Do you think I try? Do you think I use Discord to do the stuff, or do you think I Twitter Spaces?
You can use both. So essentially, it's um, the same type of strategy that I use. You go on Twitter Spaces, you
Yeah,
talk to people, and then when they like you or whatever, you say, "Hey, join our Discord." You give them the Discord link. They come in there, and um, you can be simultaneously streaming your Twitter Spaces within the Discord, so that people, if they want, could talk privately in your Discord about what's going on and keep entertained in that, or they could just go in the Twitter space and talk with the
yeah.
public.
You mean like sharing your screen yeah, sharing your screen from the Twitter Space and being on your computer as well?
Exactly. Like imagine instead of me showing Kill Tony right now, I was just showing that Twitter space that we were just in. The
Yeah, no,
people
I've done that before. Yeah, I know what you're saying. It just takes some setup, not setup. It's just like it takes a few. Like sometimes I just want to like press go. You know what I mean?
absolutely. But essentially it would allow for continuous content creation and it allows people a place to be able to connect with you uh, that's outside of Twitter.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think that's um, but it's not centralized. You need multiple points of interaction.
Absolutely. And I'm just going to keep utilizing the loopholes that I've discovered that Twitter, you can just literally create an account without any followers or anything and get into a Twitter space and start talking. When normally, if you were to be interacting with people, following people and all that, they'll put a lock on you. So I just, again, don't care if anybody follows me. I once did. I was once going for as many followers as I could get and all that other stuff that people do. I don't need that. All I need is the ability to be able to show my project. People hear it. They know who I am. They've become more associated with what I do. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, we'll give Rabbi an opportunity. If you haven't heard about his project, here's what he does. Let him talk to you about it. And then I do other things on Twitter Spaces as well. Because if you've ever hosted Twitter Spaces, It's great to talk about what everybody wants to talk about for whatever an hour, but if you're going to do an 8 hour space, sometimes there's nothing to talk about. One of the best things that I have found, you can do open mics and allow people to chill and do all those other things, but I've done trivia on Twitter Spaces with a major amount um, of benefit and a major amount um, of interaction with people. A lot of people like trivia. And so I go to a website, it's called randomtriviagenerator.com. It has so many different uh, categories that you will basically, you can go on there and never see one of the same questions. And you just ask people, and that gets people engaged. It gets people to like you. And it's just downtime. You can do trivia for 10, 15 minutes and then go back to people who have something to say or something to show, but it essentially allows you to have as much content as you ever want.
Like a bit, like a better version of how people bubble.
Sure.
I'm just gonna put it in our chat so I have it somewhere.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because marbles doesn't really work on space
Right.
because screen.
Exactly. But trivia does.
No, exactly. Yeah, you
And
just have to. And I've had that. Maybe I'll pass them on to you about some of the ideas I've had, some of the cool kinds of interactive experiences that could be created as like live streams on space.
very well.
Because I'd love to see them take off or not take. It's like it's not like it's like not just events, but it's also like interactive games, like things that like not just people.
Right. It, it diversifies the conversation because people will get bored of other people talking if the conversation isn't relevant to them. So you want to keep
Yes,
people having the randomness that could happen. You could have people who sing songs, play music, sing karaoke, do trivia. When you have a Twitter space that has a lot going on like that, it can bring in a lot of different people. Now, if you have one subject on which you want to talk, then you have to be protective of it, and you have to say, well, we're not going to do trivia today, or we're not going to do karaoke today. But if there's nothing to do and you're just filling time and you don't want people to leave because something else is more interesting going on, then you give people an open mic, give them the opportunity to say what they want, and then you can have people who, I mean, I think it's very beneficial to host um, uh, trivia, and people. In fact, I can tell you, I am part of a cryptocurrency. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic Trending. It's very popular on.
oh,
Yeah, it's worth over $100 million in um crypto. It has a market cap of over $100 million. They
yeah,
they found out about me more than a year and a half ago in Twitter Spaces. So essentially, they heard me talking about all this futuristic technology, and they thought it was really interesting. They were like, "Hey, have you ever heard of our project?" I was like, "That is such a mouthful." Harry Potter Obama Sonic Trending. They're like,
it's funny as shit. The
exactly,
name.
exactly. And they're like, join our. They're like, do you have Telegram? I just downloaded Telegram recently. At that point, I said, yeah, I do. I joined their Telegram. I've been live streaming. Like literally, you're right here. They have a camera right here that's been a portal into my life 24/7 for about 2 years. So they've been able to see my ups, my downs, my gains, my losses, everything about that. And not only that, I've been able to record everything that's going on in their space. So we have that mutual benefit of each other. They heard me talking. They thought what I was doing was really interesting. They invited me to the Telegram. I've been in there for almost 2 years. And then they would have Twitter Spaces. And when there wouldn't be anything going in Twitter Spaces, I volunteered to host trivia, and we've had trivia nights with them, and they're very, very popular. The only reason why I'm not really well known on Twitter anymore, I've had highs and lows is because Twitter bans my accounts. So when they ban your account, you basically have to start from scratch. I have now found this loophole that allows me to continue to talk on Twitter Spaces, and all I need is to happen, which is exactly what happened with you, what happened with Fox. Okay, so where can we connect you? Come to my Discord. We can talk whenever you want. Okay, and now you'll have my Discord in your list, and whenever you're bored, you can come in here and talk and tell me about your good, the bad in your life, what you're doing, and just if you ever need me, you know that I'm here. In addition to being on Twitter Spaces. You'll hear me in Twitter Spaces, or you'll see my accounts live in Twitter Spaces. You'll be like, oh, I know this person. I've been able to connect with them as well. You'll be able to, perhaps say that, I've heard what Rabbi does. He's got some really good ideas. And if you haven't had the opportunity, join his Discord because that's really where you can connect with him 24/7, see exactly what he's doing. And then when you're gone, what will I do? I'll be watching podcasts and going on Twitter Spaces and talking in them and just shilling my project like you've heard me do. And eventually that's going to catch on. And the reason why I stopped doing it, my accounts got banned. But the fact that I found this loophole is the difference between me going viral and me not. I would have to start from ground up, essentially not having a platform in which to be able to tell people about my project. But now the fact that I can do it on Twitter, and I don't care if I only have one follower or three followers or seven followers, this account's going to get banned. So when it gets banned, I'll just create another one and still be able to tell people about my project. That's what's really important.
I think I need identity, like profile picture.
Okay.
One that doesn't represent a single NFT project, and represents my values.
Well, I can tell you, um, one reason, like I've had a bunch, um, and I've seen a bunch. I've probably seen more profile pictures than perhaps any person in global history. I can tell you, if you see my profile picture, it says like read my profile, read my expanded profile or whatever. That's fine. It catches your eye and whatever. But if I were you, whatever you choose, I think it's very beneficial if you put. You see around mine, it says Guinness World Record most hours on YouTube. Instead of having that for yourself, you put your at. So it would be whatever at Postman
Oh,
Pat,
that's a good idea.
and then below it you put your link tree, linktree.com/Postman Pat. So that when I see,
Yeah, I have my link tree in my bio.
wait, that's too far. That means I have to click your bio and view it. You want to make that initial impression with someone that they need nothing more than to see your profile picture and know everything about you. They know your at and they know how to find all of your other social media. And then you put the picture that you want to promote in the middle, whether it's whatever you want. But basically, if you it's all about impressions and marketing. You don't want people to have to work for what you want them to go. You want them to be able to see your platform, your profiles on every platform at a glance. They'd be able to do
So
that.
should my profile picture be a QR?
I wouldn't, and here's why. If people see a QR code, they see them so often that it's not specific to you. And nobody would really take,
Yeah, true.
and like I could tell you this: if your QR code was on Twitter Spaces, it's too small to be able to take you anywhere. What if I just need linktree.com/postman Pat? Well, then I can type that in. I know that Linktree is a safe website, and you're not going to drain me. And then I can see all of your different profiles, and I can see whatever you want. It's not a bad idea to have a QR code for yourself, but I don't think it works well on the
No,
platforms
I
because
think
it's too small.
you're right in terms of it kind of unsafe.
Yeah. Now, if you, as your banner, if you wanted to make your, like on your banner where it has, whatever at the top, if you want to put a QR code there, that's fine because it's bigger. But at least on a platform, what should it, what should your profile picture be? Whatever you want to be represented by is a very important choice. But the one thing that I would say, whatever you want it to be, that's fine. But put a circle around it and have it be at whatever you want to be known as, at Profile Pat or at Postman Pat, and then on the underside put your link tree so that literally it's like your business card. I don't have to go and do anything.
You're smart.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't have to do anything but like I know a friend of mine and he did this because I told him he has his name .eth. He bought that .eth address. You could do the same so that people need nothing more than to just see your profile picture to be able to donate to you.
The other thing that my profiles are not
Yeah, so
all.
that's a very important thing. And that may mean that you want to start a new profile with some of them. But really, like if you want to find me, I'm at Rabbi Rothschild.
No, I'm talking about.
That's what I'm
I
talking
know
about too.
it. I know.
That's what I'm talking
Oh,
about
okay.
too. So essentially, so long as I haven't been banned, you can go to at Rabbi Rothschild and I got them all. I'm that on everything. On YouTube, on Instagram, on Twitter, on everything. When I first started, I had that. And you
Yeah.
want the same thing. So that if I go to at Postman Pat anywhere on the internet, I know that's you. And if you say, okay, well, how do I find this? You can go. There's a website called um uh just for a moment. Let me find it. It's a really great website if you need to create a new one. So, is this available? I believe it's called or something like that. Just one moment. Is this username available? So what you do is you find one that's unique, and um, here it's name checker. NAMECHK. Name check. Basically, it's a username and domain name checker. So uh, maybe like what you don't want to happen is I'm going to be at Postman Pat on Facebook and Twitter, and you get both those, and then YouTube, and you get that, but it's not available on Instagram, it's not available on Snapchat, and it's not available on TikTok, and then you put all this work into creating free profiles, but it's not available on all of them. This one checks them all at once and gives you a little check mark if it's available. So I highly recommend you use that website before you choose whatever
Is
your
it worth me buying things?
no, because they won't be. I mean, there's nothing that you. The key to you is to have a unified username on every platform. So
Yeah.
no one out there who's famous has Postman Pat. But even if you don't want to go with that. You want more anonymity. Whatever it is, whatever you choose your username to be, you just want it to be consistent on all platforms. So instead of you actually having to go to each website and see if it's available, you go to name check and then it just tells you, yes, it's available on YouTube. Yes, it's available on Instagram. Yes, it's available on Snapchat. No, it's not available on TikTok. No, it's not available on Twitch. Then you might be like, well, maybe I'll choose a different name. And then you'll find
Mm,
one that's available on every platform and you take that one and you go with it. You create a link tree for it. You plug in all of the different usernames there, and then you are essentially you're unified on all platforms. And then if you're talking in a Twitter space and somebody says, well, how do I connect with you? Aside from Twitter, you say, see my username. I'm that on all the platforms. You just
everything.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's what you want to do.
Is there one that I should worry about, or should I? Do I need to get one that their platform?
Look, if somebody took your name, say on Tumblr, you have to say to yourself, okay, that's fine that they took it on Tumblr.
Yeah.
I don't really care if somebody used that, but in my opinion, you should have the same name on the top 20 different social media platforms. So that would be Reddit, Imager, Twitch, Twitter, TikTok, Snapchat, YouTube, Instagram, um, and like basically Pinterest. You can go into like Flickr. You can go into some of the more like, but basically, if you can say I've got the top 20 different platforms with my name, then no one can impersonate. Then nobody can
Yeah.
basically confuse you
So
for
you
someone
think
else.
I need a more anonymous? Uh, um.
It's up to you. It depends on how.
Yeah.
What I would say is you want to avoid numbers in your username, just because people don't take
Okay. I was
accounts.
thinking that I was.
Yeah, the
Okay.
reason why is people don't take accounts that have a number. The reason why is because it's like, oh, you're Postman Pat one. Oh, that's cool. Who's Postman Pat? And then they want to
Oh,
find out.
I'm more thinking about no, not like that. Like using a zero.
Okay, that can work. Yeah, no, I'm not against that.
Yeah.
So, changing a letter um for a number can work as well. So like using an E for a three or something like that. Like
Yeah.
those work. It's not
I
ideal.
was gonna use a dollar sign, but I don't think
You,
you do
you,
that.
you can't do that in a lot of uses. Some profiles you can, but most
Yeah.
platforms you can't. But if you were to say if you use an O, I'll look it up for you right now. If you wanted to be Postman Pat
I.
with P and then an O and then STMAN Pat, you're using alliteration, meaning like the same letter. which is really good. Postman Pat is really great. Names that rhyme are really good. Um, all of that is really good. Okay, so here we go. I'm looking at Postman Pat with a zero, and when it comes to usernames, it is not available on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter, or Twitch, or Reddit, or eBay, or Pinterest, or GitHub. It is available on Blogger, TikTok, Shopify, WordPress, Yelp, Slack, Basecamp, Tumblr, Flickr, Pandora. Okay, so no big deal there. Uh, let's see. You could, um, you could try the Postman Pat. So let's try that. The Postman Pat. Not ideal, but you're late to the game, so better late than never.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
Check usernames. The Postman Pat. Not available on Twitter, Twitch, Reddit, eBay, or Pinterest. Um, but you could do like real Postman Pat. Not ideal, but we even know that like the President of the United States couldn't get at Donald Trump. They had to go with at real Donald Trump, so that gives it some more understanding of what's going on.
I think I found one.
Okay, well, whatever one you find and you think that works for you, you just want to get it and make sure that it is um, consistent on all the platforms. And
let me check it on YouTube. I was gonna go with like a one, but I think I go with that one. Okay, let me check Twitch. I don't need Facebook. I don't.
you want it. No, you don't want somebody else to have it because then when you get popular, then they're gonna be like, "Oh, I was on your Facebook," and you're like, "Well, actually, that's not me." And what you do is you just take like an hour of your life and you get all of these different social media platforms, and once you're able to do that, you will you'll be so happy that you got it on everything, and and then I'm an advocate.
I was okay with having slightly.
You don't want that.
Like
you have to say to yourself.
So what?
You have to say to yourself.
Do you think I started
Discord's a lot easier, but
I might.
So if I go to Postman Pat on social media with an O, it's loading right now. It'll tell me, it's not available on Twitter, which would be the big one that you use. It is Facebook. It is YouTube. Um, it is.
It's okay. I found one.
Okay. Cool. Well, whatever it is.
And I'll let you know once I get it.
Please do. One thing you want to make sure it's less than 15 characters.
Oh.
The reason why is the maximum length for Twitter is 15 characters. It's the shortest one.
Yeah, it's less than that.
Perfect.
And I will get it that as well. That's the other thing. I need to get all the different. Do I need to get the Solana one as well? And
it depends if you want to take donations on Solana.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying.
My friend did it, and I think when you register, it's for 7 years. And you have to say, you know what, one person may donate to me over the course of these 7 years, and it's going to pay for this thing in itself. And I may be able to get a lot of money from doing
it. Yeah, I will do it then. Yeah,
especially in terms of cryptocurrency. Someone who gave you, let's say, one SOL today, that might be worth $500,000 7 years from now. So it'll be really worth it, basically. Like, you're not just accepting a random donation. Make sure it could be worthless as well. But chances are, with how cryptocurrency's gone, it's going to be worth a lot in the future. So you'll say, okay, I'm basically going to spend $50 on this name, and I all I need to do is get a $50 donation in Solana within the next whenever. And when I do, it could be worth $500,000 7 years from now when I renew this.
Mm, okay. So yeah, definitely get Solana and
Definitely,
maybe I don't
absolutely,
know. Um, I appreciate the advice,
absolutely,
Rabbi.
big dog. I'm always here for you. If you ever need anything, you know where to find me. Okay?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Is there anything else I should know on my
Get those social media platforms. Then from there, you can go into creating a website and all those other things. But as of right now, just
okay,
make sure. I believe it's called something like social media. What's it called? It's like a type of real estate, a digital real estate. Oh, it's like your social media footprint, essentially. You're unifying that. And once you're able to do that, then come back and we'll come up with new strategies for you. Okay?
sounds good, dude.
Excellent.
I like it.
Pat, you take care, my friend.
Okay, peace.
Peace, buddy.
You too.
Take care. Shout out to Pat, everybody. Oh my fucking word! I had
Oh, they're playing thing. Yeah, go right ahead. Yeah, so I was at the other day. I was getting helped out by a person, another person, Alex, but they spelled their name Alyk. And I was like, man, you're already the name. Rogan. Rogan. Welcome to the show. Form. How long you been doing comedy? Just a wow. Really good. Really good. Buddy. I love your fact that hair that you're almost the way I because I'm writing like where are you from? Boston, Massachusetts. People yeah, performed in the Met there. You know they performed this yeah. That's trans superhero show earlier tonight. Laughing over there. All good. For work. I'm Kate kind of really? What kind of drug? Some of the shit like Molly and fans of Molly and yeah, they do. Yeah. A month ago. Okay. He loves favorite thing about like a joke on stage and not get in trouble. Wow. You get in trouble in massive no, this dude my boss dumb black joke that just worked out. Eric, no, no, Eric, or the okay. Walk lady and she does joke. Imagine doing that joke for crying. Only time I tried that joke on in front of a black woman and it worked. Like, yeah, it actually works. And he goes, lady, you know better than they do? Yeah. What's the last? Yeah. Yes. Really, I think big old thing. At the end of the conversation, up and I walked away, by the way, my pronouns are. I was like, leave me alone. Like, right. That's not. Yeah. Wow. That was 15 years ago. That was the end of the day. Yeah. Loading. Loading. There it is, but shouts out to all my open mics who fucking hate that. I bet you have a real earring there. You have a real earring as a real there. What's up with that? I thought it was cool as shit. You're a funny. You're a good sense. A funny. Like, what do you think? You're a good sense. I don't know you can pick up. That's the thing is, what are now that I see, I gotta ask, what are your pronouns? Feel comfortable on I actually over like now Like 5 years. I did all that. I did all the posts. Like, my own. Yeah, yeah, as far as yeah, it's not one thing to be like a 9/11 firefighter. Yeah, totally like, oh my god, you're so great. Because we're never actually never actually done heroin. Remind my very very now. I wouldn't care to. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that dumb song. No idea. I don't know. What's that? Weird. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. start doing heroin. All right, our first real lady here, Edie Meyer, everybody. Next on. One more time for Edie Meyer, everybody.
Thank you. I'm kind of an awkward person. They just woman said to me, Mimi, oh my god, my grandma Mimi. And I didn't know what to say to that. I was like, cool, is she a slut too? I grew up wearing a purity ring. I don't know what a purity ring is. It's a ring you wear so all the boys in school knew you were serious. Yeah, now things have changed. I think Plan B is a great invention. Anybody? Yeah. I know that one day I'd be able to walk into any Walgreens and to read it was my freedom. And you know, they all of them, good sex. Not all of it. Not all of it. Fun. Yeah. I come from an exotic place called Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Thank you. The famous up here, the sky bridges. I like it. But the best part of Pittsburgh is that there's so many great ways to live. Thank you very much, Meyer.
Edie Meyer. The show, Mimi. Where are you?
I'm happy. Wow.
Love it.
It's a lot of tables, like I just said.
Yeah. Tables. I've been in a restaurant before, and we talked about potentially on the show one day.
Yeah. I being from Pittsburgh, I don't really know the people, so
Right.
it's a good experience.
You know what's great? I've flown to the box right now. You guys know that or not? Saturday, I performed in the arena.
Yes.
That's exactly what I do with my life. Not the week before was Madison Square Garden. Yeah, yeah. Oh, cancel people. It's the luck.
I remember when I started working at the restaurant where you keep my first day of work, I started chatting with this guy, and I was like, yeah, it's like, waiting tables, it's a lot of cardio, it's crazy, I'm so exhausted. He walked away, and my friend said, that was Lance Armstrong.
Wow, really dropped the ball on that. Amy, a wild, wild girl. Short, but you also seem a little bit freaky. Am I correct?
A little bit.
You bring unprotected sex. You talking about that you sex?
I used to, we got kind of weird.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Talking about carnival cruise or beach.
I worked for Disney Cruise.
Whoa! Wow. That means you hooked up with an actor.
No,
Oh, wow. Holy. Wow. For real? Was it the new black guy?
what?
All right. We edited out of the regular. Have you ever been an Asian man before?
I couldn't stand him. He looks too much like me.
Really? Yes?
No, it's just
Think about this. Where the party dress like a stewardess.
you what?
I was boxing.
You were
Wearing a toga. At first,
where Hans was on Molly.
said, and I'm sorry that you didn't involve me. I want to kiss you, but it's fine. Wow.
Maybe if I get on the show another time. Maybe if I get on the show another time, Mom.
Right. I think they want me to do something. I don't want to pressure. Film and put it on TikTok.
I can film it and put on TikTok?
After the show. If you don't want to do it now, yeah. I'm sorry. Okay. Turn it down again. Turn it down. Wow. For that, posted, right? The show. What do you like to do for fun when you're not posting people of comedy? What else?
I like to
Really? Here, what you know what to do? You gotta play not believe it. Here we go. Here's what we inspired everybody. Wow. Mimi Meyer, everybody. Wow. What? After that performance, I'm gonna make beat your ass, everybody. There you go. East of a truck. Okay. Oh wow. Wow. My goodness. He doesn't quit. You're an actual firecracker. I love your energy. You're like a marvelous a real little Texas dog or something like that. Keep signing up. Come back again. We'll see another minute. Hey, Meyer, everybody. Instagram and TV. We had two massively obese men get pulled out of the bucket on this game. So I told them that we had fun and they do a weight loss challenge. But right now, I'm going to do weight. How does that sound to you? Ladies and gentlemen, this is Trey Peck and Sam for everyone. Here we go. Very excited. Just a week ago, we got a sale with a 500-ton capacity. And these guys are going to have a weight loss challenge during the month of October through the first week of November.
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. Oh, very cool.
what was I gonna say? Oh, are you in the middle of anything?
Yeah, I'm in some Twitter spaces with people, but I can take a break. What's going on?
Well, I've got a project, and I feel like I'd be better at learning if I was learning together with somebody.
Okay.
It's hard for me to focus in on, so it's hard for me to get. I don't know. I just feel like if I was learning together with someone, I know how to have the tools where like we learn basically learn, but even with it for me, coding thing. Basically, the project is about Tori.
Do I know a Tory?
Tori is an application thing like. Do you know much about computer science at all?
I do know, but I'm perhaps not familiar with that language.
I don't know. I don't. I'm not judging you because I don't know at all.
No, you don't have to judge me. I've launched
What do you
apps on
have?
the App Store and Google Play. I'm very comfortable in my technical knowledge. I just generally, when I need coding, I can have AI do that for me, so I don't pay too much attention to it anymore.
What kind of progress have
Uh, sure. I launched the largest mobile car wash app in global history in major
you?
markets.
Wait, what?
I launched the largest mobile car wash app in global history. I mean, I've had contracts with Fortune 500s launching software applications to international teams. I don't necessarily need to talk about myself, but so there's this Tory. Any kind of assistance that you perhaps may need with it, the best advice I could give you is put whatever code you have into ChatGPT and see what the response is.
I already have things set up. I have things that I like. I've been learning every little bit of all of it, and I predicted I think we're gonna go quite a bit. And so it's actually even better than I ever could have had. Same thing. How I was gonna act back then is that great. Basically, I thought the best thing I might have told you before. I'm applying for the product designer. if I turn my camera on, is my face going to be shared with the stream?
It'll be very, very small, but it'll be from that camera only, not this camera.
Which stream?
That stream. So, I mean, do you see how small that computer is right there?
Which oh, okay, okay, yeah, yeah, okay.
So you'd be like this.
But, yeah. I can't see that one. I can't see anything going on. There we go.
There you go.
Isn't this funny?
Yeah, it's yeah. You'd be really hard to see on there. I mean, I'm sure in the future people will be able to zoom in, but your anonymity, at least from a visual sense, is pretty secure.
Well, this is not us. It's hard to follow fast while, you know, I get powerful people. Can you hear the music I'm working on?
Go for it.
Here, I'll share it on my stream. Let me know when you click on it if you can hear. Make sure you don't have a.
I can hear it. Well, it just sounds like I maybe it just sounds like one long pitch right now.
Okay, go. Like, unlock your first.
Sure thing. Did you unlock your phone first?
Wow. I really like songs.
I can hear your music.
I like it. was thinking about food.
I like your song.
Loud. Just whenever I go in, listen like
I'll be right back, HG. I'm gonna use the restroom.
Mhm.
Yes, we can hear you. I mean, I do have some experience with that in the past, but really, I mean, I'm a certified project management professional, so generally I manage the project with the coders who are experts in whatever language they have. You mean the whole thing? Oh, yeah, if you go to the Telegram, it's t.me/HPOS10I. If you're looking for the developers, I mean, I know them. It depends what you want from them, but I don't know if they're open to any other projects than what they're currently working on. You could always inquire, though. And I'm live in their Telegram right now as well. Oh yeah, they all do. You're good. Take care, Ignacio. They banned me, but I that doesn't stop me. I keep the grind up. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. How you doing, pimp? Excellent. Well, if you didn't know, everybody buy hashtag snake. It's a really great idea, essentially, for the Chinese New Year. I'm a huge proponent of it. I'm featuring it on all my platforms. Uh, XJ, do you mind if I tell the room about my project? Excellent. I appreciate everybody's patience. It takes me about 2 minutes. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. Essentially, I have the largest amount of video ever archived on the internet on one single individual. I've been live streaming since the pandemic more than 3.5 years from more than 10 different angles. I stream life because I don't want war anymore. Essentially, some of the things that we talk about on my stream that I feel are important to the world are things like ending world hunger through the use of agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. We have built wells in developing world, specifically in Nigeria. I want to keep that type of positive impact on society going by really tapping into wells globally. I also want to help with life straws, but most importantly, there's a type of technology out there known as desalination, essentially where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. I feel that these are really important endeavors. Additionally, things that we talk about is content. Content is king. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s. I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, was Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than any person ever. When I go viral, I'm going to be a very influential person. I'm going to help everybody here with their projects and everything that they do. I essentially talk about some other things that may be of interest to people in here, in addition to cryptocurrency and Web3 and NFTs. I talk about anti gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I talk about de extinction. People don't know what de extinction is necessarily. It's essentially bringing back extinct species. The first successful the extinction was the Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat in northern Spain, southern France, that took place in the year 2003. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossal Scientific, is founded. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant surrogates. I think that's a fascinating technology. And following that, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. I have been essentially archiving all of this journey going back more than 3.5 years. The things that we talk about that are impactful to every single person here are things like life extension technology. When you all were born, the average life expectancy of all of you, if you were in the Western world, was likely about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of types of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like nootropics, cryonics, cryogenics, perhaps the use of uh, certain types of technology like cold shock therapy or ambrosia therapy. But eventually, you're going to get to be 120 years old. You're going to say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. Now what? That's where the next type of technology comes into play. And I want to say this is all with your consent. If you just want to die like a normal person, then that should be your prerogative. But if you want, there may be a way to, if you want, utilize mind uploading technology, which essentially would be a scan of your brain like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is within your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I want everyone to know here is that there's an opportunity, perhaps, for all of you in the future to experience a digital immortality. I think this is absolutely fascinating, and I really want to thank you all and thank specifically FJ for the opportunity to be able to tell you about my project. Thank you.
That was a lot. That was a lot to touch on.
Just one moment. Just one moment. I'm talking to somebody. Just one more.
You're
Dog.
moving
Dog.
forward.
Dog. Just one moment. Just one
I
moment.
just have one question. Rothschild, is that your name? Is that your last name?
Yeah, that's my last name.
Oh, okay, okay. Sure, for sure. Because like people always see that name and they get a little like, oh, this is a famous name.
Most certainly, there's nothing that I can do about my family. I can only control what I do. And essentially, I've done my best to be a positive person for society, remain optimistic, and to give people hope.
Sure, for sure. When it just sugar balls is back. 3 pounds of lunch.
We're all related. There are over 3,000. We're all related. There are over 3,000 of us in the United States alone. God, H2, I'm in the middle of a call right now. I'll talk to you when I can. Apologies, my man.
We want to give people that positive on reading, reading, like, entry, we want to start buying like right as part of um, you know. So there's a lot to but I want to hear some of the guys what's going on in life. He's probably working. You do hard. But now my tongue is trigger ready, so I was just about to actually writing. Yeah, I guess get the title, not to get back down to communicate with. That is things like I really love things that you buy, like very like physical and technological, like very very important, very very. I'm not trying to, but I'm saying if we just think of the basics that are already out here right now, let's retreat the one, let's retweet the run, let's get the Chinese up here, more followers, let's get us more followers. Now, I'm not saying, please don't get me wrong, but just currently what we got to work with every day, the commenting, there is like part is things like positive like windows, those get the mantras, all that. This is like what we live for, right? So it's like affirmation, whatever you think of. But just things like us coming together. Love what everything Rabbi was about to just what you were just about. But a lot of the threads, a lot of the conflict or the caution or that my band page, all that kind of it's a little bit like putting up caution around you. That's just some advice. And you know, real, that's my good. But it seems like you're keeping nagged on like stuff. Anyway, my bad. I was just kind of speaking for you off the top of my head. But the thing. of Boston, it has a bad rep because it's violent, lower middle class, really rough neighborhood. It has a real bad rep, and this I came up here with three other guys, home from like, they, but you know what? We had this real long walk, and everyone put a snake on the wall. I was like, yo, I already got the town's called Lynn. They call it the city of sin. And Lynn, city of sin. I'm like, it would be dope, like a big anaconda wall, like 40, I think 60 feet long parking lot in the back of a hair salon. I'm like, how can we make a snake not seem intimidating, not seem bad? So we put a crown. I drew the sketch inside the body of the snake. And this is very high build. So I'm talking about a fat anaconda snake. 3 feet rocket could have. Sorry, it was 100 and something feet long. But if you want to do graffiti inside the skin of the snake, to do like those bright letters, colorful shades, new inspiration. And I put a crown in the last that don't corny. Like in a graffiti style way, he has a crown head, kind of like how he looks so and his whole body's wrapping around beautiful trees and all this colorful graffiti. So it really does feel. And I realized he's got all this bad rep. Not even like that. So anyway, my 2 cents. I've been going hard with a lot of this promo shit every day, like fighting into my real job. I feel so good about it. They got a whole year long and change it. Yeah. I really hope people put that effort in, retweet, make their own content. It's an habit right now. I love all that. That's for sure. First, you look in, if you want to enter your address and the fourth tweet, happy private giveaway. It's a long term thing. It's long term. There's a lot of content and things like that. And yeah, like the tweet, retweet, share with people. And I like that because the snake does have a bad rap, and that's one of the interesting about it. When we were thinking of content like snake, and I'm like, we don't want to have that. But since it's the year of snake, the year of prosperity, and we don't really want it to be a quick up and down, kind of pump and dump like you've been seeing across the market lately. And that's where it comes from. Yeah, we have a good core people in this project, in the Snake project. It can tie in with a lot of the other things that we're all working on individually, and like it just became like something that grew with a lot of the ideas and things that people were bringing to the table as far as the community goes. That's one of the things that like I love about it the most. All of the different things that people have brought to the table. Started doing. We started the space I'm talking about. It just kind of seems like Marcus is tired. I know I've been seeing kind of more tired lately. Just a little slow around, but keep the energy up. Now I feel like I'm getting long-winded. What's going on, Ben? Chicken? Yo.
Still here, still listening, guys.
What we should do, well, I think what's going on right now, I think everybody's calm down. Everybody trying to chill. Wait, Marcus starts pumping again. I think people are because the shit that they pulled off last weekend. Yeah, man. Oh yeah, there was a couple things that happened. That kind of got this little bearish sentiment across, and it's like it happens on the short-term cycle as well as the larger cycle, but it was just some interesting things that happened. in the DG. Were you talking about the jelly thing? No, I'm talking about like the whole crypto market crash. Oh yeah, yeah. Or did a mini crash or like skeptical buying right now? They like, man, I got to. On in 2 minutes or else. And I'm like, you got things that are on the body. They are, they have somebody who has $1,000 across 1,000 wallets, and they send the thing, to bond, and then they keep pumping it, and then people they dump all at once. Like that's not. A lot of these charts are not natural. Down past 50% in a natural chart wave. It's all manipulated. It's just whenever the depth is not. I mean, whenever the bundle size he wants to take from. So, that's like one of the things that we didn't want to do, and one of the things that out. Like I had just, I could and that got bodied like that, and it got sent. I mean, it got sent really fast, and I had to get rid of it. A lot of people screwed didn't want that for themselves. Like, it seemed kind of like a slow start, but I was definitely. I didn't realize that like it could get out of your. Everyone, real grounded people, and good from the beginning can get caught. Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like he's the bad guy when it's really some hyperbot who came in and bought like 50% of your supply from different markets and then dumped on all your holders.
they were genuinely excited, and then they just took the whole thing. And then they get rep or just making a funny sticker, putting an effort, raising numbers, and then got somebody that like did all the I feel like the reason I saw stuff on fun, and I don't touch it anymore because it's not worth it for me personally. I know that there are people who are
settled for fucking 1,000. I wish I did have a soul. What is it originally? Man, you gotta scalp it, man. Scalp it. Every on. I mean, I'll trade like 30 times a day, right? Depending on the momentum and how they're moving. I mean, if I catch them at the beginning, yeah, I'll obviously exit, at the peak, right for launch. And then if it doesn't carry, it's up to 36 million is looking good. The MACD is looking really, really good. For 78 RSI. What's up,
I just want you all to know that you should feel very confident about the community that you've built. From a third party standpoint, I've met quite a few dog and a dogs now. You guys are very kind. You guys should know that you guys are everywhere. When I go into basically any Web3 Twitter space, you guys have the most amount of profile pictures that are being featured. You should feel very confident in the strength of your community.
things? We're all just representing all. Definitely all a team effort. And it's more than a community, it's more like a family. I mean, we're all there for each other. Everybody wants everybody else to succeed. We're not here to compete with each other. Each other. That's that. But basically, maybe some bread at home don't get mad. Some bread at home. Everybody's in profit on NCC. That is true. Oh, yeah. If you're not, you've been doing it all fucking wrong. We're playing around with 35, 36 million market cap. The back east is really, really good. The Blue Dragon is soaring. Um, Dolphin is at 78. Doing good there. Seeing a little bit of downward, but not too bad. That fucking red dragon on that woman is just screaming beeline. You see guys though. See bipolar 405K? Yeah, man, it's fucking good. 132. Dev bought at 405 as well. Or around 356. Yeah. So yeah, this is moving. Yep. Bipolar. Just like them checks. Just like my life. Late retracement, but we still got a lot of good buy pressure. On the back row, SSD, we come down to 32.9. Right there. They've been hitting all fucking night, so we might only see 33 mils bottom on this minor dip. look up like the fucking the address stuff? My computer's I gotta get off my screen. Yeah, pop. What do you want me to look up? Just find anything you can about the address, fucking Twitter handle, all that, all those above. Yeah, all that legit. Upload it. And I'll push this fucking price. Do it. So the SSC has she's touching up a little bit. We're at 36 million market cap. Scoring side by side the Dragons. We're at 5. Dolphin kind of just riding above the wave. Yeah, both Solana and bipolar check out good on my chart. Check the checker. Nice, sweet. Fuck yeah. And I'm on X right now. I'm talking about it. I'm $9. $2. Yeah, Bitcoin's coming back down to 97. Is that right? You guys it's a light day or light day. No, wasn't gonna go that on our Bitcoin is I pull it fucking nice test in there on the back seat. Dragon it's touching base right now, but looks like we're getting some back pressure. You just had a big wake up to 40. Damn. We're fucking in it tonight. Holy shit. Alright. Check that 45. Oh. On the wick. We're at 36 million market cap. Dragon just flying each other. You got 3 legs with high pressure at 70. Dolphin eating up them pressure. You guys trimming? Oh yeah. My friend looks like I'm the fucking dev right now. I'm just buying and selling. How it? Almost at 50% P&L. You can't even find an opening on this one, bro. No. Oh, it's hard. Got a lot of high pressure. I have a down as definitely healthy though. Healthy for sure. Yeah, but another fucking another five can't stop. It's doing a nice fragile step up. It's not I mean you can switch, yeah, but it's not like pumping through the one candle and puts it down. Yeah, I hate that. Yeah, whoever's got the bag is doing it right. Exactly. No, it ain't me. I'll be running all these fucking things. But all the 21K. We're at 41 million market cap. 41 million market cap. Let's go. Let's go. The red kind of rolling together. We're at 75. All been looking really bullish. Let's go. Sir. This is probably the best space. Hell yeah. I've had and been a part of it.
Guys, appreciate everybody who's in the space. For love that you follow all the dojo dogs, follow me, the host, the co-host, and everybody other dojo dogs. If you like retweet space, that mass engagement with other dojo dogs, get your impressions up. Get everybody monetized. Go. Everybody eat. Everybody, yeah, man. Rising tides. You guys that got in here early, y'all are. Everybody drank. Everybody ate. Yeah. I'm only red at 2 minutes. I'm only red fucking plane. And I'm only down like 8 minutes. Bipolar 6:30. I'm just gonna cut it so it doesn't matter. You guys got in on the high end. Make sure you're haircutting as we go. Thanks for profits. I'm buying the fucking green, buying the red. Starting with 37, 36 million market cap. Dragons just twirl together. They seem to like to just kind of twirl around the sky. Still above the first chemistry there, so with their red 62 with the purple dolphin on the RSI. We're still slightly bullish. 100K just touched. Yep, we had a profit taker on that last candle. Pushing back up. Yep, that's nice on bipolar. Yep. That was a big sell on that one. Yeah. Oh, 677. Let's go. 39 mil on S&P. Oh, this is fucking beautiful. Back up to 40 million market cap. Nice. Yep. Yep. What do you see? Gonna hit it. 14 million. Market cap. Oh. This space is fucking pretty nice. Fucking making. The purple dolphin's up a little bit. We're doing about 70 on the RSI. Dragons are just literally staying together. It's just soaring right along for 1 minute. Yo, hey, let's go. Making the chart really nice and clean. And it helps. Keeping it healthy. Climbing the stairway to heaven. Knocking on. Everyone's doing a profit right now. There we go. Maybe play that stairway to heaven. Now it's knocking on heaven's door then. Oh yeah. Guns N' Roses. We're going across in 1 minute on S&C. Red and blue dragon. Got a little sell candle on bipolar there. Hopefully it gets 8 up around 7K. If not, maybe 432. That's 494 already. Oh yeah, they need. Oh, they hit it up already. Somebody bought it. It touched 468. We're at 517. A little bit of return, but the buys are eating up the sales. Yeah, it's just becoming chop right now. Yeah, 39 million market cap. The dragons are literally locked. Absolutely. I'm featuring the Dogenal dogs on my 11 simultaneous YouTube streams. One of the questions that arose in my community is what is the difference between the different backgrounds on the Dogenal dogs? I see some are tan. Is there any significance to the background? That's phenomenal. Thank you. So I think so. Like truck, how are you able to have an American flag behind yours when Merca theirs is tan and most of them that I've seen are tan? Perfect. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, perfect. You answered the question there. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm just basic. All right, well, yeah, yeah, I think that's a bad thing now on the team. And I just put them constrained, but yeah, how's bipolar next? It's going down here on a quick. The bad thing is fucking displeasing. Like my fucking my wife. Died at um, yeah, so hopefully we'll back the around next candle minute. Okay. There it goes green. It's green right now. It is. Oh, smoke about it. This has been fucking amazing night. Little bit of retracement, not a lot though. Well, I mean, collected it in 23 million market cap. 60, well, 70. He's bouncing all around. He's up base 70 on the RSI. Dragons are twirling around together. They've been pretty much together for a couple hours now. I like that. I like that the RSI is not getting overextended on this. Exactly. You're not getting too much separation between the buys and stuff, so it's just gradually. Yeah. All right. So looks like we got a profit taker right here. Yep. And 61 RSIs. Yeah. Let's see it come down to roughly about another hit for you. Nice. Next macro B38 for a buy entry if you want in on it. But goddamn, at this point, like, I mean, it's so fresh. Like, when's it gonna fucking? We just hit 40 mil. Look at that 40. Yeah, we passed. You've been crushed it. It's so good, bro. Yo, Rabbi, what's up?
When we have an opportunity, do you think I could share my non-competing project with you? It'll take 2 minutes.
I don't think this is a sharing project.
It's not a product. Okay, I mean, I'm featuring your project on my project, so they're kind of working collaboration, but I understand.
Projects.
I understand. I appreciate the opportunity. I stream my life for world peace. That's what I want to tell you about. There he is. How you doing, Caspian C? How was your day? Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods? Absolutely. Is anyone else an admin in his Discord? Why wouldn't it have been Music Biz Marty? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, do what you do best. What happens? I mean, I guess his videos are just archived for posterity, definitely, right? I mean, that's what I figured. How many? How many? How long was one of his average streams? Okay, and how often a week did he stream? Right, but he doesn't have like all of that data that you're saying is really pretty achievable for people of lifetime. It's not like he's got 10 hours streaming with it. Yeah, exactly. Not 10 hours streaming every single day. It's like you can do it week by week and still probably be right. How many years did for how many years did you stream? All on YouTube? All right. So let's just do some quick math here. Let's say on average he did one stream a week at 3 hours. That's gonna be approximately 52 or 156 hours a year times seven. He's got like 1,000, maybe like 1,092 hours, which is a lot, but I'm sure he didn't do it in the early days as much as he did in the later days, or maybe he doesn't have all of that available. Perhaps it is, but so basically, in terms of downloading and uploading, that's a pretty big project. Not gonna lie, uploading 1,000 hours, but you could do it if you even somebody could just say, "Hey, I'm gonna do what he did in the last year." That's like a 52-hour task. That's not, or no, that'd be 150, be 156-hour task, 156-hour task. But even that would be just something to just have it archived. My fear, or I don't really mean it's a fear, but I think in the future they won't allow that kind of content. It'll be seen as bullying and harassment, and they'll take down all those.
Yeah, hopefully not, because now it's bad, but I don't know. People are getting accepting, starting to try to normalize that.
I think we
I don't
disagree.
know.
This is one of the topics that I think we disagree. I don't think people deserve bullying. If somebody's doing something that you don't like, that's essentially like I know what you're talking about. Essentially, like let's say they're attracted to children or something like that. That's where the police get involved. You know, I mean, there's like no one is to say no one has made anybody on the internet the official security force or police force, and but
You know, like,
yeah, but I mean, I get what you're saying, but it's up to none of you. Nobody gave you that role.
I know, I know. Um,
I mean, I'm not saying you would do nothing. If he's doing something against the terms of the platform, then you report him en masse. That's how you get it.
and have like challenge.